Before we get started, I have a quick logistical question. So I'm going for about 2 hours, is that accurate? And do you want me to take a break in the middle of that so people can use the bathroom, or you want me to just go through, or I'll rely on you guys to tell me if there's a break needed, all right? Okay, you ready? All right, so hello, welcome to ProductCamp 2023, Cyprus. This is amazing. I can't believe this venue, it's incredible. So I've been building software products since I got out of college for the most part. So I learned a program on a Commodore VIC-20. I don't know if you guys know what that is. Commodore VIC-20, it's a 16K computer. It's like before the Atari, before the Apple, a very early home computer. It had cassette tapes you could put in, like audio cassette tapes.
That was my first computer.
And it that's how you wrote, and it took like a half an hour to load a program off a cassette tape. Wow. 16K.
It's like the 1980s.
Yeah. So I learned to program at 11 years old by downloading software, reading the code, and reverse engineering it. You could also buy books, the books with the code in them, and then you would key in the code, and then it would show. So that's how I learned how to adjust variables and make loops and code when I was a kid. And I went in the Navy after that. I learned BASIC later on. Actually, the first language was line number BASIC, and then Visual BASIC and JavaScript. And now I have a company with some partners in New York, a couple hundred employees, 280 employees, and we build software products. And we've worked on software products that you've probably used, like dictionary.com, stuff that we've done for a lot of large companies in the United States. So we've built literally thousands of software products. So in the course of my work, I've learned a lot of lessons, like what causes products to fail and what causes products to succeed. And it turns out it's all about people. And I'm going to prove it to you in a couple of different ways. Sound good? And I like to draw, so I use a lot of frameworks, like thinking frameworks. So the first framework, this is called the momentum framework. This is my core framework. And I found it to be a really powerful tool set for leaders of product, because it forces you to think about the human dynamics that are engaged from the different angles of a product. Does that make sense? So let me explain to you how my business works in simple terms. So all businesses have income, right? Or they're not going to be in business for very long. Make sense? They turn that income into a set of inputs. They turn those inputs into outputs. And those outputs turn into outcomes. Okay, I get this concept here from systems thinking. It's pretty straightforward. And the way it works is, in my world, is my customers, I'm going to draw a little matrix here so you guys can see this story unfold. My customers come to me universally with a beautiful thing that we all love. A beautiful thing. It looks like this. A bag of money. Except there's a problem with the bag. It's mysterious. They never tell me how much is in the bag. You understand? So it comes in the form of what's called an RFP in the United States. I don't know what you call it in Europe, a request for proposal. So what they do is they write this long document. Sometimes it's 15 pages, sometimes it's 115 pages. And it's got a bunch of requirements in it. And the requirements come in the form of like a checklist often that looks like the feature factory. You know, we're all familiar with this concept, right? So we got a list of features and they want to know how long will it take to produce it, how much will it cost, and if I'm in the right range, I'll get the work. Does that make sense? Yep. And so I call this the execution quadrant, my outputs. And the reality is I'm going to produce a bunch of code that my customers are never going to look at, in most cases. And the code's going to have a user experience and a UI that they want to be beautiful, but that's soft. What does that mean? What does a beautiful UI look like? And until you put it in the wild, it's like you understand this is a very human endeavor, because I only build software products that people use, like that humans use. And my inputs, they believed, because someone either told them, or they looked on my website, or they found some of my marketing somewhere, and they believe I have the capabilities that's my input, the people that code, to produce the software. Like, we know how to code in this language, we know how to use these tools, whether it's Asana or Jira or whatever we're using for our workflow management, ClickUp or one of those. Like, they believe I know how to use the tools and I know how to put together software products, like I can execute on the product. And their goal is, what's the goal on the other side? What's the outcome that they're after?
Product sell.
Well, even more fundamental than that. They want to believe that if they hire my company, they're going to get a return on their investment. Does that make sense? But they won't tell me what that looks like. And here's the challenge in the software development industry. Here's the challenge. There's a lot of ways to get this done. And in most cases, my biggest competitor is not who you think it is. What's that? Doing nothing. No, well, that's a possibility. And that happens a lot because they realize how much it's going to cost and they do nothing. So that happens. But my biggest competitor is my customer themselves. Most of the clients I build software for, so my biggest customers are companies like Paychex. I've done stuff for Mass Mutual, which is a huge insurance company in the US. You know, these companies have armies of developers. Armies, bigger than my company. And they want to do the sexy work. You know, they want to build the stuff that we're coming in to build. Like, in the early days of the mobile app space, we were building a lot of mobile apps, and we built watch apps, and we built developer APIs before that was a thing. And we're building kind of the cutting edge things, right? So their internal teams want to build those things. So that's our biggest competition, is overcoming that ROI gap. But the lucky thing for me is that most of them have legacy software that they have to support, and their people know the legacy software better than anybody else. So that's how I sometimes can get my foot in the door. But that's not my only competition. In the United States, if you stand on top of a building in any city and throw a stone in any direction, far enough, you're gonna hit another development shop. Like, there's software development shops everywhere. I call them like two Freds in a shed, right? That can code, like, and they're good, and they're fast talkers. Like, it's a really, what's the word I'm looking for? Distributed industry. Like, there's a lot of different ways to do this. And then if you run a software company in the United States, every day you get 4 or 5 emails from some company in another country that's much cheaper than the United States with a whole bunch of developers that can build stuff for you. You guys know what I'm talking about? Like, this is a thing.
They want you to outsource your work to them.
They want you to outsource the work to them. So there's a huge field of competitors that run the gamut. And it's really hard to sell in my space. Highly don't recommend you get into this business. It's a hard business. Okay, but here's what I figured out. This is important. Like, we have to do this. Like, any business that doesn't return an investment like an arbitrage game here isn't going to succeed for long. They're not going to be around for long. But what I found is, in my world, if I build exactly what they've asked me to build, like, I build this feature F, this feature E, I build the features exactly as they're stated in the contract, as good as I think they should be built, my customer never agrees with that, and they pretty much always hate me. It's a really hard business. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Anybody been exposed to a custom software project at any point in the past? Like, this is just a fact of life that we have to deal with. And the problem is that when you have the feature factory going like this, you know, there's a incentive for me to keep tight controls over what the F means in feature. And the customer has a different thing. They want to expand what the F means to the greatest degree possible. And here's why it doesn't work. It doesn't work because there's so many humans involved. There's so many people involved in the process. So think about it. You've got people over here with bags of money who are, by the way, very smart, or they wouldn't have the bags of money. Right? So they figured something out, but they don't know how to code, so they're trying to hire it out. So really smart people, hiring a bunch of smart people in my company, by the way, 280 architects, engineers, graphic designers, highly paid divas. No offense to anybody in the room here. But these are really smart people that know what they're doing. So you got a bunch of smart people with money trying to tell a bunch of smart people that know how to build software and know how the sausage gets made, how to build a thing, right? A thing in the world, a piece of software, by the way, that doesn't exist yet. So when I'm selling, 100% of the time I'm selling vaporware. Y'all get that? 100% of what I sell is vaporware. So I have to convince people to build this vaporware. Smart people are going to get smart people to build a thing that we're going to put out in the world, and we don't know if it's good or not until we put it out in the world for other people whom we've never met to use. You see how complicated this is? It's messed up. Like, who would want to get into this business? Like, we're guessing about what these people want because we have never met them, and we're like trying to figure out how I'm going to quote the. You see how complicated it is? So people asking a bunch of smart people to build a thing that a bunch of other people are going to use that we've never met, and we won't know whether or not we're successful until we put it out there in the world.
But it's an interesting game.
It's an interesting game. It's a fun game. It's never ending. Talk about interesting. It's never ending. Anyway, but here's what I figured out. We have the goals wrong. The goals are all wrong. And if we can figure the goals out, which I did about 15 years ago, we can build really great software products and really improve our chances of success. So what are the goals? Well, let me ask you the question. Turn it back on you guys. What is the goal of any great software product? Like the strategic goal? To solve a problem. But how will you know that you've solved the problem really well? Because the user.
The user feedback, 5-star rating. I love this. That's
the user loves it. Yeah. So I've come up with some language. Come on, it's okay. I've come up with some language around this that makes it very simple for people to understand and articulate, and it makes it possible for us to measure our success. And it's the language of advocacy. So here's the word. Advocacy. And it's not the right word. And you could choose a different word, but I have the marker today. So this is the word I'm going to choose to use. Fair enough? So with marker, I'm going to redefine the word. So in America, the word advocacy has a bunch of different meanings. It means something very specific in the legal space, like child advocacy, legal advocacy, and it could mean any number of things. So in my space, I create a very specific definition for it, and it's one who invests in our collective future. So one who invests in our collective future. And you could come up with another word. Like you could use another word for that. Champion, raving fan, promoter, net promoter. Don't use net promoter because that's terrible.
Adopters, like early adopters, and the
Early adopter. You could break them up into different groups, but yeah.
angel investor, but non-financial.
That's on the investment side,
Yeah.
potentially. On the shareholder side, or the income side of the equation. But what I'm talking about is the actual users of the product. Like if you're going to have a product that people use, this is what you want. You want to maximize this. Think about. You can call them whatever you want. Apostles, go crazy with it. But what's important is that you define what you mean when you say it. Define what you mean. One who invests in our collective future. All right. So has anybody here built a software product or used a software product ever that you were an advocate of?
I did some beta testing on
Yeah, you did beta testing. Okay, so that's a key behavior, right? So you know, this is how I figured it out. Like, you can't build a great software product without beta testers who actually care about the product. You can pay testers all day long. And you know what I'm talking about if you've been in this space long enough. You can pay them all day long and you'll get them to test to spec. But if they don't know the problem set, and if they don't care about using the product, you're not going to get very much value.
You need to find the people that need it.
That's
so
right.
Desperately.
That they care about it.
Yeah,
And if you can,
they can't afford it. So you
Yeah.
can offer free.
yes. And by the way, I've also found that if you try to pay those beta testers, you poison the water. You poison the well. So what you got to find is beta testers who actually authentically care about the success of the product. Because they're advocates. they will invest in and you don't have to pay them. And it's brilliant. But you gotta find them. So that's the hard work of leading a product. There's more behaviors that you get too, though. So what other things do you see when you have a customer or a user of your product that behaves like this?
Reviews and feedback.
What did you said, reuse?
Reviews.
Reviews, okay, so they'll go out in the world and they'll lend you credibility, right? They'll lend you credibility because they give you reviews. They'll give you testimonials, case studies if you ask them to. Like, they'll do this. Ratings, they'll do that for you. And you don't have to pay them for that. That's important. I'm telling you, if you pay them for it, it poisons the well and you don't get the authentic thing that you're looking for. You also said feedback.
Yeah.
What kind of feedback?
Actually, any type of feedback, basic feedback, like if they're leaving internally the product, and I do that when I see that something doesn't work and I care about the product, I would write to them like things as a PM,
So-
product manager, I know it's used.
That's awesome. I'm going to stop you right there, and I'm going to come back to you, I promise. But that's a great thing to think about. So what you just said is you tell them when something's not working right. So you give them constructive feedback, which, by the way, you get from your best beta testers. Constructive feedback. Now,
Maybe some of authentic feedback, you know,
authentic constructive feedback.
That can be delivered by the person who really wants to use the product. So
Yeah,
Actual feedback, not just
actual feedback.
working, please fix
Yeah.
it. You can improve it by this. You can make more better.
Mm-hmm. And she said something peculiar there. Like, they give you this authentic feedback. They give you this constructive feedback, and in that feedback, there's often ideas that tell you, like, how you can fix it. So I want to talk to you guys about constructive feedback because this is a really this is a powerful framework. This framework is a tool that you can take back to your life, to your business, and to your teams, and it will change the way you guys deal with feedback. All right. So here's something to note. Feedback has value. Everybody agree with that? It has business value over time. It has business value. Everybody agrees? Okay. When you don't get it, it doesn't have much value to you. People who have feedback for you but don't care about your future, what do they do with it typically? They're apathetic about it. So most of the time, if someone has feedback for you, like they have some constructive feedback, and they don't care about your future, they're apathetic about it. This is how you behave, right? Like, you're not going to waste your time and energy to give that team or those people the feedback because it costs you something. So they're apathetic about it. In the worst case scenarios, they're really upset and they don't care about your future. What do they do with it? They tell everyone else except for you. Is that not true? They gossip. If it's a B2B environment, they go online and they destroy you online, and that's terrible. Like, that's a bad thing. So when you get constructive feedback, it could be, like I said, it could be positive or it could be negative, right? When you get constructive feedback, and be honest, you got a team of people working on the product. Customer comes in and says, "Oh my God, you really screwed this up." Yeah? You screwed up, big red mark, big red circle. Be honest, what does your team typically do? What happens? Keep going. What else? Defend, they get emotional, they react. What else?
But we also look for other cases like that to understand if we can fix it.
This is what a good product leader does. So, awesome answer. But I want to stick with this for a minute. What typically happens on teams when you get constructive feedback, if you're being honest from your customer, think about it. Your team is working on the product 40 hours a week, 2,000 hours a year. It's essentially their life's work. And someone just came in the room and told them that their baby is ugly.
they want to defend their creation.
The baby's ugly.
Try and kill it.
There's no way around this. There's no way around this occurring in some capacity. So, and there's a pattern here. It's called the grief cycle. Have you guys heard of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross? She's a super famous psychologist, sociologist. She worked in hospice environments. She studied grief and grieving. She actually wrote the book on grief and grieving and on death and dying. And she studied people and how they respond when they get really bad news, like someone's gonna die. And she discovered a pattern, and you guys have seen the pattern, I'm sure of it. And the pattern is very similar to what happens to software development teams when they get constructive feedback. Shock and anger. Shock, anger. Then denial. Denial, does it sound familiar? Like, oh, the customer doesn't know what they're talking about. This isn't a problem. Does it sound familiar? Bargaining, negotiation. Then what?
Accept.
Nope, one more stage. Remorse and sadness. Like, crap, I suck at my job.
Sadness not on the bottom, no? Sadness there?
No, sadness and then acceptance. It's a grief cycle. It's not a perfect grief cycle. People skip steps. It's not like, but this is a general pattern that people go through when they get bad news. Like, your baby's ugly. This is how you feel. You feel the same way. There's no way around it. Like, you're putting 40 hours a week in too, and you're the leader, and you're like, oh, you get that feeling in your gut, like, oh, we really did mess this up. And it takes a while to get through the cycle. I'm here to tell you that all this space down below the line, this is all unadulterated waste. It's business waste. But it's also necessary because we're human. And it means something. If you see your people going through the cycle, it means they care about the work. They care about the product. If they didn't, they'd be apathetic. So it's a positive thing, and it's your job as a leader to turn it around and shorten the cycle. Because nothing of value comes until you get to this stage and you realize, oh, there's something to learn. And you get to learn. Yeah. So, how do you address it? Here's the lesson. Here's the lesson in this. I've been studying teams, like I said, for 25 years. And here's what I found. The best performing teams, the highest performing teams, once they've implemented this pattern, shorten the cycle tremendously. And here's how they do it. They shorten the cycle. This is what you want to do, right? If you can figure out how to shorten the cycle, you can collect the business value earlier, maybe even get more. Yeah? And maybe even you can integrate the learning so it doesn't happen again. Right? And share with other teams. Like, hey, we learned something powerful here. Like, let's do something with it. You want to shorten the cycle. It's still going to happen, but you want to shorten it. Reduce the waste. So how do you do it? There's 5 behavioral patterns that I've seen in the best performing teams. 5 behavioral patterns. Here's what they are. The first one is, mostly because I taught them this, is they recognize that the people who give you constructive, powerful feedback are advocates. They care about your future. They didn't gossip. They didn't go online. They didn't tell the rest of the world about it. They came to you. They must be advocates, at least a little bit. They must care about your future. That's pretty cool. So now you've taken the focus off of this, and you focused on the humans that are actually suffering because of our mess that we made when the baby got ugly, before we prettied it up, before we put lipstick on the pig, right? So we're treating them as though they're advocates. So that's number 1. I call this alignment. They align. They align people on the fact that this is probably an advocate. Powerful? Number 2, they're incredibly optimistic about it, and I see this pattern of celebration. This is going to become real important at the tail end of this talk here, this sequence anyway. They celebrate it. They celebrate it. This is awesome. This is a good thing. They're demonstrating advocacy. Yeah, we got a mess, but we can do something about it. We can make the future better now. If we didn't know about it, we wouldn't be able to. So they celebrate it. The third thing, and I think this is really important, is they focus on the learning. So you hear all kinds of mantras come out of their mouth, like, hey, what can we learn from this? Like, what is it that we, where are we missing something? What is the skill we're missing? Like, what's the tool that's going to help us solve this problem? Like, learning. Like, what can we learn? And focusing on the learning is a very optimistic, positive thing. And again, it takes the energy out of this and pushes it up. So they focus on the learning. The fourth thing that I think is really important, and we all know this in the product space, the fourth thing is they've built a muscle. Call this discipline. They built a muscle, good product leaders, that helps them recognize what's good constructive feedback versus what's a complaint. Follow me? Because here's the problem running a product when you've got thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of users. There's going to be some complainers out there. So great product leaders create an umbrella, like to protect the developers from the rain, right? Because there's a lot of it. And you got to figure out how to filter it. And if it's a complaint, you know the difference between a complaint and somebody who actually cares about your future. So they built this muscle. They built the muscle for distinguishing so that everything's not an emergency. Everything's not important, but when we find this, we dig into it. So when you find an advocate who's actually giving you some constructive feedback, you treat that like gold, and you dig into that human and their understanding, and you try to understand what's going on. See that? And the fifth thing is, and again, this is largely because I've taught them this, but they teach the cycle. Teach the cycle. So they recognize when people are here and they address it directly. Like, hey, I see that you're in denial. Like, understand, you're human, you gotta get over it, but get over it. So they work productively to like talk their team off the ledge and move them in this direction. Like, okay, we're sad, it's terrible, let's get back to work. They've got this way of communicating how to shorten the cycle. And largely, if you teach them the cycle, they can share it. And once their teams have the shared vocabulary, the vernacular, it's very easy to get people off of the train. Because here's what happens. If you're not purposeful about this, when it happens, your teams will spend a lot of time cycling on the denial and cycling on the bargaining and cycling on the sadness. And it's all waste. And all you got to do is change the mindset so that people are thinking about advocates, they're celebrating the fact that they can learn something, they're getting rid of the complaints and really focusing on the constructive feedback, and they're addressing the cycle so they get to shorten it. Pretty cool? That's a tool set. It's a tool set you can take back to the hut with you and build better software products with. One more thing. So we want to collect this bag of gold up here. This is my bag of gold. Kind of like the money bag, except this is really more powerful. What do teams typically do when they've gone through the cycle and they fix it? What happens typically?
Beer night.
Say again?
Beer night.
Beer night, okay.
Yeah.
All right. What typically happens when you get bad constructive feedback about a mess that you've made and you clean it up, what typically teams do is they very quietly fix it and sweep it under the rug. Right? Because they're embarrassed. It's their life's work. They messed up. They're a little embarrassed and let's just get it done and be quiet about it. Sound right? This is what happens. And when that happens, you lose the opportunity to get it integrated and to learn from it and make sure it doesn't happen again and to build a system around it or whatever it is. So that's why this celebration thing is so important, that you figure out how to make it okay, that you make it healthy, you make it something that's good for the team and good for the product and good for the company. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
so that this integration occurs. So celebration is key. Optimism, positivity, celebration is key for integration. Then you get the most value out of constructive feedback. Any questions on that? Isn't that pretty cool? All right, so I'm going to ask you guys, I don't know how to do this in the conference. Nadia, maybe you can help me. But if you give me your email addresses, if you want this, I've got a really cool article I've written up on this with the 5 things you can go and do with constructive feedback. So if you make sure I get your email address, my admin will make sure you get the article. Deal? And then we'll also sign you up for our newsletter, and you can delete that if you want. Okay, let's come back. So awesome answer, constructive feedback. She also said there's other types of feedback, yeah? What other types of feedback do you get from your customers? So suggestions, ideas, which, if you're anything like me, and you've been in the software space long enough, then you know that most ideas you get from customers suck. Most of them suck, and the reason they suck is because your customer has one linear thread with you. Like they're thinking about their problems, and you have to build a product that solves problems for all these people and them. So you have to figure out like what's the right thing to do, and it's rarely go solve that person's problem or deal with that idea. However, the only place innovations come from is ideas. Right? So the only place innovations come from is ideas. Ideas turn into innovations over time. Maybe some combination, but the source of an innovation is always, always, always an idea. And where do ideas come from? One place. People. What's that? Pain or vitamins. Sometimes it's joy. Yeah, it's not always pain. But ideas come from people. And they only come from people who care about your collective future.
Advocates.
From advocates. Or whatever word you decide to use when you have the marker. But for this room, it's an advocate. Okay. Ideas only come from people who care about your collective future. What do you do with an idea if you don't care about the company's future? And you're product people. Product people have more ideas than anybody I've ever met. Is that not true? You have ideas all the time for businesses that you interact with all the time. But do you give those ideas to the businesses you're interacting with? Not usually. You're usually apathetic with them. They just file away. Yeah? When you really care and you really think you have a good idea, you give it to the company, if you care about the company. So when you get an idea, you need to freaking celebrate that. So when customers give you ideas, even when they're bad, you should be saying thank you. And you should tell them what you're going to do with it, even if you're not going to do anything with it. Because it's so valuable. It's the only source you have for innovations, is ideas. And you can't be the one to think of all the ideas for your product. You know how that works. The more people you have thinking about ideas for your product, the better off you're going to be as a product leader. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Like your job is to scale idea production. So you can filter through the good ones and figure out which ones might have potential to be experimented with. Might be innovations.
But I think users give more of like pains and complaints about your product. Maybe they are not the case in this scenario, but I think usually we can like go to the App Store and see a bunch of people telling what their
Pains are.
what they pain.
Yeah, so that's different. Like, so what you're talking about, and that's very important to do, like analyze the customers that left, right? Or the customers that are not happy. Because if you filter through that information, you can find the source of their pain and solve it. And that's a good thing to do. But that's a little different from what I'm talking about here. Like, when someone comes to you with an idea, or they come to you with constructive feedback, what I'm trying to do is infuse into your minds that you need to do something with that. Like, you need to treat those people in a special way because they care about your future. Make sense?
Yeah.
And I would argue, if you find customers that you know left you, you should hunt them down, give them gift cards so that you can collect feedback from them. Because they don't want to give you feedback. They're done with you. right? So, but they have good information, you just have to figure out how to get it. Awesome? All right, now, by saying that, I want to point out that I'm not just talking about your customers anymore as advocates. I'm also talking about your team. Your team should be advocates. And you should treat your team like they're advocates. And they should be doing these things as well, if they care about the future of the product. Is this making sense? Like, you want to find people that are passionate about the product that you're building. And if you don't have people that are passionate about the product that you're building, you might want to get them off the bus. Right? And your job, by the way, if you're the product leader, go ahead, next question.
I just want you always have what we call it burnout. You have a couple of burned out developers and everything. But strategically, it's worse to get them off the bus because they know the legacy, they know the code base, they know the problems, they know the evolution.
That's a good question.
They're burned out. They're negative. They just
Yeah.
get salary and out of the door at 5 o'clock sharp. How do you do that?
I have an opinion. You really want my opinion on that?
Yeah.
My opinion on that is passionate teams never burn out. People who actually care about the product and have an ecosystem of caring and concern never burn out. That's been my experience. When I see, they self-fuel. When I see teams that are burning out, it's a leadership problem. Almost 100% of the time. It's a leadership problem. Sorry. I just, yeah, that's a tough one. And by the way, along that line, if you're leading a team of advocates and you've got a good, healthy base of customers who are authentically advocates, and you're the leader, your job is to be advocate prime. Yeah, as the product leader. Like, you need to be doing these things as well. Like, that's part of the job, is to be an advocate for the product that you're building. Make sense? All right. What other kind of feedback do you get?
Data, traces, logs.
Of course. From advocates.
Yes.
You get data and logs from everyone, but what do you get from advocates? It's special. What about positive feedback? You think that's important? Why? Toot your horn?
Because we know what is important about what we're doing, so we can double down.
Oh man, that's brilliant. Gold star. Positive feedback. Here's the deal. Positive feedback is the cheapest fuel you can find for your team's culture. Anywhere. Why is that? Positive feedback, cheapest fuel you can find. It's validation for the meaning of the product you're building, first of all. It's validation for the meaning behind their 40 hours a week, 2,000 hours a year, working on the space. Like, it's important to know that somebody actually cares about what you're doing. Does this make sense? It's the cheapest fuel you can find anywhere. Let's do a thought experiment. Would you rather, you guys ever play that game? Would you rather? It's a big thing in the US. All right, so would you rather get a pat on the back from your boss, like have your boss come in and say, "Good work, Bob"? Or would you rather have your boss come in with a story that came from an advocate about the way in which you impact their life? What would you rather have? Right? Even better, what if the, what's that? A raise, yeah. Okay, well, that's a different conversation for a different day. I do, by the way, have a whole talk on motivation, which includes that problem. But positive feedback. So even better than having them come in and tell you the story, what if they told the whole team the story? Yeah, they came in and they told the whole team the story about the work that the team did and your contributions to that problem sets that caused the customer to give you this positive feedback. Isn't that more valuable? So, if positive feedback is the cheapest fuel you can find anywhere for your culture, should you be cultivating that as a product leader, maybe? I think it's one of your top jobs. It's one of your top jobs. Obviously, you need to get the constructive feedback, and you need to get ideas, but you really, and this is one that gets ignored. This is commonly ignored because we get so busy doing the thing that we forget that we have to celebrate with our team. Like our team needs fuel for their culture, or they're gonna burn out.
Sorry.
Or they're gonna burn out. And it's so easy to do. So this is something that you need to model as a leader. When you hear it, you gotta grab it. Any little piece of positive feedback that you get from your customers that validates the meaning of your team's existence, you should be grabbing onto it, latching on, put a bullhorn behind it. It doesn't cost you anything to spray it around. It costs you nothing. And it's so freaking amazing as fuel for the culture of your team, if you care about eliminating or reducing burnout. Make sense?
There's also a learning opportunity in that when you share those stories, team members can also empathize with the successful stories. So whenever they get constructive feedback, they know how to turn it into a story that will have positive feedback.
Absolutely. You can also look at the positive feedback you're getting and figure out, hey, this is causing joy, and we need to do more of that. Whatever that is, let's figure out what's working so we can do more of that. It's like cocaine. Put more in. You guys know who Jared Spool is? I had him come. He's like one of the most famous UX people in the States. Thank you. One of the most famous UX people in the States. I have him come speak at one of my conferences that I run once a year in Rochester. And at the tail end of the last words spoken at the conference by him was, because he was having an argument with another speaker on the stage in one of the coffee or fireside chats or whatever. Heroin is delightful. Does that mean you give it to your customers? You don't just do things that are delightful for your customers. That was the point, anyway. Pretty funny. Okay, positive feedback. Do we all understand now what we need to do with positive feedback? Grab it, latch onto it, model this behavior. Put a bullhorn behind it, spray it around. Like there's no bad that can come from that. Study it, understand it, amplify it. Which means every software product you build, wherever you can, I believe every interface that you build should have a very simple little tool for your customer to be able to give feedback anytime. And you can train your customers to give you feedback, positive or constructive. Anytime they want to give it to you in the moment, they should be able to do that. The easier you make it for them, the more fuel you're going to get and the more value you're going to get from constructive feedback. And it's potentially a measure of how much they care about your future, which is your North Star. I'm going to get back to that in a minute. Does this make sense? Any questions? All right, there's more things I want to get in the list. What else do your best customers do for you? There's a lot of other things.
Buy more.
Buy more. They keep coming back and using the product, right? I call that loyalty. You guys have seen me speak before, don't cheat. But yeah, I call that loyalty. And in order to get loyalty, there's a lower level in the relationship that you have to get through, called trust. And you gotta walk through these stages to get to this level. Like, customers don't just come to you as advocates. It's never happened in the history of software that I've seen. They don't just come as advocates. You have to earn that shit. Am I allowed to swear? I heard the guy swear downstairs. What's his name, Dimitri? I heard him swear on stage, so I think I'm all right. All right, so advocacy. Come back to this. What else do you get from your advocates? Raise your hand if you're an iPhone person.
You get more customers. So they make word of mouth.
Word of mouth. More customers. Yeah, they promote you, right? So that's the case. That's a case of them promoting you. And how much do you have to pay for that? Nothing, man. The best customers give you more customers. Awesome answers. What else do you get? A lot more things. Raise your hand if you're an Apple iPhone person. Oh, wow. Raise your hand if you're Android. Okay, it's a good mix. Raise your hand if you've ever had the conversation about which platform's better. Yeah, right? So here's another beautiful thing about advocacy, right? So when you get this customer who's in this pool of people who care about your future, they defend you in the wild. They defend you in the wild when you're not in the room. How valuable is that? Yeah, they defend you in the wild when you're not in the room, and you don't have to pay them for that. I didn't pay any of you guys for that to help me support my Android platform, because I will never go back to Apple, personally. What else do they do? When you screw things up, they give you constructive feedback, but what else do they do that's really important?
They stay, and then
They forgive you. They stay, they forgive you, they give you space to clean up the mess, right? So they forgive you. Which, you know, the people that forgive you, defend you, promote you, give you positive feedback, give you constructive feedback, lend you credibility, those are your best beta testers. You see that? There's some other things they do. Like what I've seen at the extreme level, like your best advocates, they give you insights into what your competition's up to that you wouldn't otherwise have. They give you insights. They give you other things. They give you, in some cases, they'll financially back you, like as a beta tester, or maybe think like Kickstarter style, like they'll give you money before the product's even built. Yeah? Like there's a whole bunch of things you get from these people. So my argument here is that these folks that we're going to call advocates for the rest of the day, for the rest of our couple hours together, these people are our North Star. You guys see that? Like that's the most valuable, productive thing that you produce as a product leader. It's that. It's not the money, it's that. Because that's what gives you a future. The money gives you sustainability and the ability to survive, but that gives you a future. Because any product that doesn't have ideas coming into the funnel, what happens to it? Been in this space a long time. When products get static, what happens to them? You know, one of the saddest days of my life was when I deleted Evernote. You guys familiar with Evernote?
Yeah.
I was so attached to that product. It was like the best note-taking tool ever. But they just stopped updating it, and it just started getting buggy, and it didn't work with later platforms, and it was really very sad when I had to leave it. I went to Notion. You guys familiar with Notion? Freaking love that tool. Right now I'm obsessed with Notion. And you know, as a product leader, you got to have a place to keep your notes, and Notion lets you do all kinds. Anyway. So, but I was really a passionate advocate of Evernote for a very long time. And I used to do all of these things. I was on their beta testing list. I was giving them constructive feedback left and right. You know, it turned into complaints because I got so upset that just things weren't getting fixed and the product wasn't getting better. They got complacent. They got lazy. Maybe they got greedy. They also raised the price, and I was the first one to pay more. Like I was fine with that. But I left them because they got complacent. You can't do it. You can't be complacent with your products. All right, so what we just did was we went through a little exercise where we identified a list of behaviors. Do you see that? These are behaviors. Do you see that? Like you could put a verb in front of every one of these things. If they're behaviors, they give you constructive feedback, they lend you credibility, they beta test for you, they give you ideas, they give you feedback, they promote you for free, they defend you in the wild when you're not in the room, they forgive you, they give you insights. If they're behaviors, they could be observed. And the cool thing about software is you can bake in the observation into your data platform. Like you can bake in observation. If you can observe them, you can measure them. And if you could measure them, you'd have a pretty cool North Star metric for your platform. And you want to maximize that because that's your strategic future. Does this make sense? Okay. Loyalty to me means recurring engagement. So engagement at an appropriate recurring interval. Recursive. Trust means they have confidence. We're not going to go too deep into this today just because we don't have time, but confidence. Okay. I'm going to come back to this in a minute, but let's go back to our momentum framework. All right, so if we separate our tactics from our strategy, this is what it looks like. This is how we tactically build software. This is the tactical. We organize our teams, we make sure we have the right skills, the tools, the talent needed to build the software product. We execute on the code, make sure we're putting features out the door, that our customers like. Yeah, you gotta do that. You gotta produce features or you don't have a product. So, you know, the feature factory thing, it's turned into like this negative mantra in the space, but you gotta produce features, or you gotta refine features, or you gotta remove features. That's about execution. And you gotta return an investment for your investors. Like whoever's putting the money in's gotta get money out. But what's our strategic goal? What's the strategic outcome that we're after? What's the strategic outcome that we're after?
Value for the advocate.
We have the screen up? See if I can get to this here. Because here's the deal. Yeah, value for the advocates. The strategic goal is to maximize the number of and the breadth of advocates that you have. So think about this. The more people you have rooting for your future, the more creative ideas you have, the more constructive feedback, the more fuel you have, the more promotion you have. Like that's the strategic goal. Make sense? And you only get to advocates through loyal customers. And you only get to loyal customers through customers who trust you. So you have to earn trust, then loyalty, then advocacy. By the way, I call that movement, that motion, I call that momentum. So that's momentum. And when you can tie that to the dollars, you have sustainable momentum. Sustainable momentum. Make sense? All right, so strategy is about how we orient people. Tactics are about how we make the sausage, like how we do the thing. Orient people, do the thing. Because what you want is maximum creativity in your ecosystem. Leadership in general is about creativity. Y'all get that? Leadership's about creativity. And if you don't need creativity, you don't need leadership. You just need management. Okay?
That's like the best thing.
No, management's good. Management's about getting predictability and getting the sausage made and making a profit. Like you need management. But creativity comes from leadership. That's the difference. That's how I'm defining them. You guys ever seen this quote from Sun Tzu 3,500 years ago? Strategy without tactics. Slowest path to victory, but tactics without strategy.
I have a question, but I always read it in a lot of conversations. What if your goal is the slowest path to victory? Because there's some industries that you should take your time. Mission critical systems, medical systems, producing 10 devices a year will get somebody killed. You need to take your time and do it properly. So how do you deal with that? How do you make sure that you do take the slowest path to victory and get it done right?
That's not what Sun Tzu said.
I know.
So what he actually said was,
You know?
and by the way, this quote, I've read 5 different translations of the book. None of them have this quote in it. But he does separate the book into 2 sections, strategy and tactics. He's very clear about the differences. And I think what he's saying is not that you'll get there, that your enemy will get there first. That's what he says. Like, you may think you have the best strategy, but if you're slow, your competition's going to get there first. And I don't care what domain you're in, even in the healthcare space. I'm not saying you shouldn't take your time and be careful, but you should take your time and be careful faster than your competitors, or you're done.
That's right.
So, right? But great.
I get it.
Great dissonance. I love that. I love the dissonance, by the way. I love questions. And just to give you guys, let me show you something real quick. This is one deck, but this is the framework. It's going really slow. This is the framework, so we're obviously not going to get through even a portion of it today. We're going to just get through the strategy stuff. I'll come back. It's going slow, so we'll get back to it. All right, so what are the other components of strategy that cause advocacy to occur? So what is the strategic output of your product? And in strategy, in business parlance, like what is the painted picture of the future you're going to make that you want to occur, that you'll never quite achieve, but you want to? In the business world, we call this a vision. You guys have product visions? Yeah. So I've actually spent a lot of time dissecting what is a product vision, what is a really good product vision and a really crappy one. And here's what I found out. Here's what I figured out over 30 years. A really great vision has a very clear articulation of who it serves. And if you think about this really important problem, most products serve a myriad of different communities, like different people. Most products. There's very few products that serve one type of person really well. Most have an array of people that they serve. Does this make sense? And so in that context, there's a dominance hierarchy that's rarely well articulated in the product space. It's rarely well articulated. Like, who are we primarily here to serve? And the best product teams have crystal clear dominance hierarchies in their customer ecosystem. Like, they have a very clear understanding of who they're going to serve, and it's so clear that they know exactly who they're not going to serve. Does this make sense? That's what great product teams do. They're very clear on who they serve and who they don't serve. They're also very clear on what problems they solve for their customers. So knowing your customer really, really well and having articulated very clearly what the problem set that we're going to solve is, again, with a dominance hierarchy, like with a stack rank. Like, here's the problems we solve. And here's the problems we're going to decide not to solve. That makes a great vision. Knowing who we serve, what problems we solve, uniquely and powerfully, so that we turn our customers into advocates. We produce more trust, more loyalty, more advocacy by solving these problems for these people, and not solving these problems and not serving these people. Does this make sense? I've got a framework for that, and I'll share it in a little bit. So what's our strategic input? What is your strategic input? All of you.
Business goals.
What's that?
Business goals.
Business goals is your input. Okay. I think business goals belong in the output column, outcome column. Like, you solve problems. When you solve problems really well, it results in trust, loyalty, and advocacy. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
So let's say OKRs. Like, if you're using, you got high-level business goals. In a lot of cases, business goals are strictly defined in terms of profit, right? So how much profit are you able to generate? And you need to do that. And then if you back out of the profit, you're getting some value-based scoring or goals like OKRs, objectives, key results, things like that. And those are important to have, because if you can't solve problems for people, you're never going to turn them into an advocate. But they're lower level outcomes. That's the way I see goals. And there is a dominance hierarchy to your goals.
Yeah, you are what you to do something ultimately, right?
Yeah.
And trading that off with your customers is often really challenging.
Sure. Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
That's a tough balance.
Yeah.
Actually, with your permission, I want to pull on that thread a little bit. You guys all right with that? So let's talk about goals, because I think goals, understanding the dominance hierarchies of goals is really important. Really important. By the way, I asked for sticky flip charts so I can put them on the wall, because I usually go through like 20 of these. All right, so here's the deal. So what is the ultimate goal of a software product? Without it, it doesn't survive. Money, profit. I just put some dollar signs in there. An ROI, a return on investment, right? Without it, you're not going to have a product for very long. Like, there's got to be some economic reason for having it. Everybody agree? Yeah. Okay. To get to that money, you have to solve problems for your customers, yeah? And there's a series of problems you have to solve. Like, if we zoom out a little bit and we think about business, at the business level, what does the product have to do? It has to somehow impact the market. There should be some reason why this product makes us unique so that we can find more market share. It's got to result somehow in some sort of sales. Is this making sense? It's got to result somehow in value delivery. We might call that OKRs, product, whatever. It's got to result in some other tactical things down the road. So in the business world, we say like work in progress, WIP, like getting it out the door, delivering it so we can bill it. Maybe there's some warranty work because we're going to have some unhappy customers. Does this make sense? I want to point out something. This metric right here, this metric around money and ROI is always a lagging indicator. Agreed?
Yes.
It's actually the ultimate lagging indicator, but you need it in order to survive. It's a lagging. These are all leading indicators to that lagging indicator. Everybody see that? By the way, I titled this diagram, How Metrics Are Related. How metrics are related. All right, what about things like NPS? Anybody use NPS, Net Promoter Score? Do you like it?
No.
Is it useful? It's crap. It's complete crap. Actually, anytime you use a survey as a tool to determine how good you're doing, it's worthless, in my opinion. Worthless. It's better than, I shouldn't say worthless, it's better than having absolutely nothing, because maybe you have some pointers, but what's really valuable is whether or not they took the time to fill it out, and if there's any subjective information you can capture from it, that might be somewhat useful. But the NPS itself is useless. Here's why. I'm going to give you a bunch of reasons why, so you can go back and fight the battle in your organization. One is, where do you put it? Where do you put it in the customer life cycle?
At the end.
Where? After you've delivered the product or after you've warrantied it?
After the money.
After you've gotten cash. All right, so you put it way at the end, Net Promoter Score. All right, so that's a problem because they might not have been happy all the way along the way. You're picking a point there, right? Here's something else that occurs. I've seen this occur in lots of ecosystems. Wherever you put that survey that you're going to measure your people on, their behavior changes right around here. Like the people, like this is where they'll put all their energy, like right before that's going to occur. Does this make sense? So it distorts behavior. It's called the Hawthorne effect. Like when you know something's going to be measured, you change your behavior. The Hawthorne effect.
It's not like that, you know, what they say in the surveys, not what they're going to do anyway.
Yeah, so Margaret Mead, famous anthropologist. What people say, what people do, and what people say they will do are three completely independent variables. You guys all experience that? It's so freaking true.
You also don't get all of the people that dropped off before they spent the money to not
Survivorship
respond to
bias.
the survey.
Yeah, in this case, there's a survivorship bias that's really powerful and relevant. Great point. What else? Raise your hand if you love to get surveys. Like, absolutely love. You're the only one in the room, by the way. So, like, who lines up to get a survey, right? So we hate it. So there's no way to deploy a survey without it being a micro detractor to the relationship. It moves people down a little bit. It's like annoying. It's an annoying thing. Gets in your way. And it's selfish. Because you want the information and they don't care about giving it to you. It's selfish.
What about if you reward them?
What's that?
How about if you reward them?
That's, then you're going to really distort the results, right?
You get biased information.
Even worse, if you reward your people, then you get situations where like the salesperson's chasing you off the lot after you bought the car. Hey, you're going to get a survey. You know, again, the Hawthorne effect, right? So we don't want that. Here's another thing. Daniel Kahneman, anybody know who Daniel Kahneman is? Nobel Prize winning, unbelievable thinker, academic. And Richard Thaler, Cass Sunstein, they did some studies on judges. And did you know that in America anyway, judges decide on the same case data differently before lunch than they do after lunch? So when you have a subjective survey like this, when you ask matters, and if they had a good day or a bad day is going to adjust how they respond to the survey, no matter what you do, it has nothing to do with you. So it's like this subjectivity problem. All right, let's come back to the core argument here. What is the most leading indicator you could possibly get in any human ecosystem? or software ecosystem? What's the most leading indicator you can get? My rocket ship. What's the most leading indicator you can get? Usage. Yeah. So usage, it's actually human behaviors. How are people behaving in our human ecosystem today? That's the earliest indicator you can get for how much possible profit you could have in the future. Are they behaving like they trust you? Are they behaving as though they are using your products and engage with you? So that's loyalty. And are they behaving as though they are, can anybody guess? Advocating for you. So do you see these behaviors? Because if you see these behaviors, you're going to be hard pressed to not see how that ties into all the other things that come later in the future. You see what I'm saying? So human behaviors are the earliest possible indicators you can get for how much profit you're going to be able to have at some point in the future. And I believe that it's these things really that produce the thrust. We're going to call that thrust momentum, right? In your ecosystem. Isn't that a cool analogy? So that's how metrics are related. Here's some other observations. You guys know the difference between finite games and infinite games? Yeah, this is a finite game, and you pull a lever, and so there's always a winner and always a loser. When you build trust, who's losing? When you build loyalty, who's losing? When you build advocacy, who's losing? You're investing in each other. It's an infinite game. There's no winners, there's no losers, there's no start, there's no end. It's just a long-term relationship play. These are long-term metrics. These are short-term metrics. We can see the levers. When we pull them, we can see what happens. You have to make investments, and so that takes away from the profit. You know what I mean? It's like, that's the difference. Isn't that cool?
Yep.
So those are finite, these are infinite. These are management metrics because we manage for predictability. We need them. We manage for predictability and profit. We manage the thing, but we lead the people. See that? These are leadership metrics. These are leadership metrics. Okay. These are also low quality metrics from a motivation perspective. They're low quality motivators. I'm going to prove that to you. Whereas these are high quality motivators. High quality in the self-determination theory context. The science of human intrinsic motivation. You ready for the proof? Raise your hand if you like to breathe.
Breathe.
To breathe. You like to breathe? Do you get up in the morning in order to breathe?
You breathe through the night.
You have to breathe.
Well, you breathe through the night as well.
You breathe through the night, yeah. Because you have to breathe.
Yeah.
So I believe profit and ROI in the business context or software context is the same way. You have to have it. But it doesn't get you up in the morning. Like, when's the last time you walked in the office and said, I can't wait to go make a profit for the boss? Like, really? Ever? It doesn't work that way. You know? So, these are leading indicators. Make sure to fill this out. Leading indicators. I'm losing my marker here. Here's another thought experiment. Raise your hand if you have a car. Does everybody have a car? Many of you have a car. When you buy the car, do you buy it so that you can go get fuel? Like, you're excited to go buy gas for the car? No. That's not the purpose behind the car, but you need the fuel to drive the car. But you drive the car so that you can get places, so that you can do things, so that you can engage with the world, so that you can improve your life in some way. Do you see the difference? It's the same thing. So money is the same thing. Profit, you have to have it or you're not going to survive. And everybody on your team knows that. You know that. Like, you got to do things operationally effectively. You got to be able to manage for profit so that you're being effective, you're being a good leader, but we over-focus on this, and we under-focus on this, in my opinion. And if we get the dominance hierarchies right, then we have a stack rank, and maybe it's close stack rank, but human behaviors, what are we getting out of are we producing advocates, loyal customers, and are we producing more trust? Then OKRs are somewhere in there, and then profits somewhere in there. And you got to be able to do all of them. Like if you don't make a profit for very long, you know, unless you're Amazon, you're not going to be around for very long. Make sense? All right, any questions on that? So when I talk about low quality and high quality motivation, what I'm talking about is this thing called self-determination theory. And what the social scientists have found is that there's a key factor in intrinsic motivation called relatedness. You guys heard of self-determination theory? Okay, so they say there's 3 components of self-determination theory: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. So relatedness is a really important one. And what these metrics do is they show you, mathematically, if you have them in place, they show you how your work is impacting the life of others. That's relatedness. And that gets people up in the morning, because they can see how their work is having an impact. All right. Thank you for the line of questioning that led to that. Okay, so what's our strategic input? It's along the same lines, it's related. I hire people in my company, 280 artists and engineers. I hire them because they have a resume, and I can see they have the skills. I can see they have the skills, so I know I can get the work out of them that will produce the thing so that there's some sort of an ROI. But Stephen R. Covey wrote a book called The 7 Habits of Effective Leaders years ago. In the opening chapter of the book, there's an incredible quote about how you can hire a person's hands, but you can't hire their heart. And you can hire a person's back, but you can't hire their mind. We lead for creativity. We manage to get the thing done, but we lead for creativity from our people. And creativity only comes from one place. Human. What about humans? Human motivation. Intrinsic motivation. Because motivation could be positive or it could be negative. And we want the positive kind. We want the positive. We want motivation that leads us to a better future. Intrinsic motivation that comes from autonomy. I talked about it a minute ago. Autonomy. Competence, meaning I have skills and they're relevant and I'm growing and learning. And relatedness, meaning I can see the work that I'm doing matters to others. I'm cared for and I care for others. Cool.
Can you spend a small amount of time talking about autonomy? Why do you need autonomous motivation for your vision? I'm not questioning.
No, this is a great question. I love these questions, by the way.
It makes sense, but I just can't figure out why you need autonomous motivation specifically.
Because people who are told what to do, remember what I talked about, how like I got a bunch of smart divas over here that know their job and know how to build software?
Divas, yeah.
And you got customers coming in trying to tell them what to do and how to do their job. When you tell creative people how to do their job, what happens to them?
Slow in your face.
Sabotage.
Yes.
Sabotage, apathy, resistance, burnout.
Yeah.
So if you don't incorporate autonomy, I can go deep on self-determination theory if you guys want me to. But if you don't incorporate some semblance of autonomy in the process, you're screwed. And the best way to do that is to hyper-focus on the goals. Like, what are the goals that we want? Because if we're all aligned on the goals, and they're goals that are oriented with relatedness, like how we're making the world a better place for others, and we can see that, you're gonna be more comfortable giving them autonomy because we have a shared set of goals. And the goals are right. They're high quality motivators. Does this make any sense?
It's not always applicable.
It's not, it is always applicable. 100% of the time it's applicable if you want intrinsic motivation from your people. If you don't and you want burnout, then it's not applicable. You're gonna get burnout if you don't pay attention to this. No, I'm not saying you can tell people go free, be free, and do whatever you want. That's not autonomy. Well, that is autonomy, complete autonomy, but that's not what we're after. You guys want me to go deep on this? I love doing this stuff, so I'm gonna go deep on it. All right, so let's talk about autonomy.
Yeah, please.
Let's talk about autonomy. So autonomy on your teams. What does autonomy mean? Well, here's what it means to me. You have a certain amount of structure that has to occur, or you're not going to be able to produce a product, right? There's structure that has to be adhered to. Like, there's a reason the team exists. You're solving a certain set of problems. We're not solving any problem. You know, these aren't artists. They're not completely artists. They can't just go do art.
But you need to be specific.
Yeah. So, but there is a sense of freedom, and you need to figure out where it is. So freedom and structure is a relationship as you're leading. And autonomy, like proper autonomy in the business context, looks like this. There's an asymptotic curve. Below this, not enough freedom, you're not going to get any creativity from your people. See that? Think of it as like low psychological safety. Like, come in and keep pushing the same button over and over again. Tell them exactly what to do. Doesn't work. And that's not what you really want either. Like, you don't, it just doesn't work. In our space, if you're trying to build a product. So think about what the purpose of a firm is. The purpose of a firm is to do something a little different than every other firm in the world does, or you have no reason to have that firm. There's no reason to have a company if you're not going to do something a little better and a little different than every other firm. Maybe you're in a cash cow industry and the market space is big and you can live there for a while, but the reality is, over time, if you're not doing something a little better, a little different to compete, there's no reason to have a firm. You all agree with that? Yeah, so you have to produce creativity. You have to produce creativity. You've got to get creativity from your people, which only comes from intrinsic motivation. Autonomy is a key part of that. Now, if there's too much structure, right, so this line here represents what I call the goals and guardrails. Goals and guardrails. Too much structure creates the prison of predictability. You'll get exactly what you asked for and nothing more. The prison of predictability. You see that? Prison of predictability. I'm going to fill it in with red. Not enough structure, because here's another thing that I found about pretty much all people, and the social science supports this. Clarity is kind. Clarity is kind. You need some structure. If you don't have enough structure, you get chaos. And that causes stress. Prison of predictability leads to apathy. Apathy, stress, not enough structure. Like, hey, just go build the thing, good luck. Like, make the users happy. No research, no team to help you, just go make the users happy. I've seen this. And you get a freaking really stressed out team that quits, they get burned out really fast. And they quit because they need structure. Clarity is kind. Brene Brown, that's her quote. Clarity is kind. And your job is to produce clarity around the goals and the guardrails. Trust, loyalty, advocacy, and what are the boundaries? Like, what are the boundaries within which you can work? Because this is where creativity lives. It's in the middle. This is where you get creativity. When you know exactly where the goals and the guardrails are, and you got people operating within that. Fully autonomously. Does this make sense? So let me give you a really simple example of this. Really simple example. I worked at McDonald's when I was a kid. It's one of my first jobs in high school. It was great. It was a great job. McDonald's knows how to make a freaking French fry. You don't screw with the McDonald's formula for making a French fry. You follow me? So, and you might think, well, McDonald's isn't a place where you really want a whole lot of creativity, do you? You don't want a lot of creativity. You want your burger made the way, that's why you go to McDonald's. You get the burger that's perfect.
It's always the same.
It's always the same, it's consistent, and the French fries are perfect. They are the best French fries in the world. I still believe that. Like, they put a lot of energy into making the best French fry. It's the best freaking French fry. even down to how many times you shake the salt shaker. Like, they got it figured out. So, but if you put people in that environment where they're literally just pushing the button and making the burgers, they're gonna burn out really fast. So here's the difference. So I worked with 2 different managers when I was at McDonald's. I had one manager that was that manager, would never come out of his office unless there was a problem. And then he'd come out like the tyrant, like, right? So just do the thing. Do the thing, don't screw it up. Like, that's the job, and I don't want you to be creative. I had another manager who really, and this is how I got this idea, right? Who really figured out how to make sure that we had space for creativity. She was incredible. She was an incredible leader. She'd come out with us, and we had a lot of fun working together. Like, she made it fun behind the counter, cooking the burgers, interacting with the customers. Like, that's where there's space for creativity, and there's a lot of it. So if you can figure out where can people be creative, it's your job as the leader to like push the bounds on creativity and make the space and make sure people know where they can be creative. If you really want them to not burn out, not get stressed out, not be apathetic, you got to pay attention to this. Make sense? Yeah. And I believe, to the greatest degree possible, push the limits. Push the limits out. Make the most space you possibly can for people to be creative, and you'll get the best result.
Is it better on the left side of the equation?
No, I think you got to figure this out. So, every organization's curve is going to be different. Your ecosystem's different. Like you said, healthcare, right? A lot less space for creativity in healthcare.
No.
A lot less freedom. It's going to be on the right side. Here, so let's talk about different industries. I had Jeffrey Skiles. You guys know who Jeffrey Skiles is? He was the co-pilot on the Miracle on the Hudson. Like, they're the ones that, like, split-second decision decided to land a freaking 747 on the Hudson and saved everybody's life. Nobody got hurt. Sully was the pilot. Scully was the co-pilot. Jeffrey Skillenberger. Scully was his call sign.
There's a movie about Tom Hanks.
Yeah. So I had him speak at our conference, and he's a high C. You guys familiar with the disc profile? So he's really monotone when he talks, and he's very dry. He's like a typical pilot, like you'd expect. He would just fly the plane and be the thing. He was incredible, though. So what he did, and when he came to our company and talked, is he played the recording from the cockpit. So he'd play like 3 seconds of their conversation, and then he would explain everything that was going through their heads. It was very cool. It was a very cool experience to have him come speak to our team. And I'm sitting at dinner with him, and I asked him this question. Isn't it like super restrictive being a pilot? Well, you have checklists. You know exactly how you're supposed to do your job. Is there really space for creativity? You know his answer was? All those checklists. So I believe pilots live up in this range, right? So there's very little creativity, but there is creativity. Pilots live like somewhere up in this range. Yeah, way on the right. But what he said was profound. He said the checklists that we have to follow liberate us from having to worry about all the mistakes of the past, right? So whenever there's a plane crash, the FAA goes crazy dissecting what caused the plane crash, and they improve their checklists that they train the pilots with so that they don't have to worry about all the mistakes that were made in the past. So you follow the checklist, you follow all your emergency checklists, and then you're left with all of your training, all of your experience to make the creative decision to save all those lives. It's pretty cool, right? And there's artists that live up in this range. Artists, and I work with a lot of folks in the R&D space, and they live up here too. Academics that get like tenure, don't actually have to show up anymore. Businesses don't quite work like that. Like if you're in a business, like I've spent most of my life, there's some upper limit.
How much freedom you can have.
To how much freedom, there's just an upper limit, and you got to work within that, because you have to stay profitable.
Yes.
Does this make sense? But you still want to expand the space for creativity if you want to really maximally motivate and not get burnout from your team. Great question.
Yeah. Thanks for the answer.
Yeah. What do you guys think of that? Pretty cool?
I want to take a picture of that.
Yeah. I have slides. So I'll take a picture of all these, and like I said, if you give me your email addresses, I'll send you every one of these in a slide format, and they're really good. I don't know if I have this one in this deck. This is just not working today. Oh, there it goes. Yeah. Can you show the screen? It's coming up. Here's my sequence for that. Oh, it's a little unclean, but that's the sequence. So I'll give this to you guys. Cool? Isn't that neat? I love Miro. Sorry. All right, so let's go back to the framework again. Try to get some work done here. All right, so motivation is key. And again, strategy is about orienting people. Like strategically, you want a highly motivated group of people, your inputs, to produce this vision, knowing who we serve, what problems we solve, how we're going to measure our success in terms of trust, loyalty, and advocacy, and a profit. What's our strategic input? What is the strategic input of every organization on the planet, including your product team? We talked about it earlier. What's that?
Leadership.
Leadership, so I believe leadership is holding space for this. This is leadership. So I'm being, again, very purposeful with my words. So leadership is the production of creativity. Management is the production of predictability. Both are required. It's like yin and yang, two sides of the hand, right? So management is the production of predictability. Leadership is the production of creativity.
And what are the incomes?
Yeah. What's that?
The question is, what are the incomes?
What's the strategic income? Why does a firm exist?
All of the signals from
Be different than the competitors to do something.
Creativity. What's the thing you only get from advocates? The creative thing you only get from your advocates? Ideas. Ideas are your strategic income, I believe. Because again, all firms die without some innovations. Ideas become innovations. And without them, you're screwed. It's only a matter of time. Any questions? You got a lot of questions.
A lot of questions, yes.
Good. I left a big blank space in the middle. What belongs in the middle? One of the most important things that you all do every day to make this strategy come to life. The thing you do every day, all day long with your teams.
Hard work.
Well, culture.
That needs
culture.
more work, even more work.
It needs work, but this is how you bring it to life, is by managing the culture. So what is culture? Culture is, it's complicated. What's that? It's everything. You can't exist without it.
Culture is like an open relationship. Not married, not single.
We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna unpack that today.
No. It's kind of.
All right. So this is the momentum framework. So this is sort of the core. Let's see if we can get the screen up again. Maybe. There it is. Cypriot internet is not the fastest today. Where is it? There it is. It's not staying ahead of me. Anyway, this is the core diagram here. There's your leadership, management, culture. Those are the words. This is like the language of product leadership. Like you need to have a strategy. You need to separate your strategy from your tactics.
Yes.
Yeah.
How often does management overtake leadership?
All the time.
And
It's a big problem.
What's your advice on tackling that?
Say again?
And what's your advice on tackling that? Because there's always a point where management, you get the first return of investment, management takes the first step, and sort of suppresses the leadership and creativity. So how do you remind them, or how do you take them back to it? Advice?
Great question. The first step would be to have this conversation. like to understand the difference.
You have to bring them to it.
You got to bring them to it. One of the key, here's another permission to answer the question with a diagram. That's what I like to do. All right. New sheet here. So one of the ways that I have this conversation with leaders that don't see it is just to talk about innovation, right? So why do we need innovation? First of all, what is innovation? Innovation is a complicated word, but it doesn't have to be, especially when you have the marker, like I do today. So let's simplify innovation. So what is innovation? I'm going to simplify it for you in my own language because I have the marker. Here's what I believe innovation is. Time and innovation. Innovation doesn't have to be the iPhone. It doesn't have to market disrupt. Anything that causes a ripple effect, like, is an innovation. Even small ones matter. Even a little innovation matters. It can make a big difference. Little innovations add up, you know? And if you go about your world without innovation, without creativity, without leadership, if you go about your world without an innovation, you might survive for a while. I would argue you might survive if you're in a cash cow market and you got a big market share, you might survive for quite a while. Eventually, though, it's only a matter of time before your ability to survive. So, innovation. On this graph, I'm going to put the word momentum. And again, momentum is trust, loyalty, and advocacy, and a profit. Like, that's sustainable momentum. Sustainable momentum. That's what's on the y-axis, not innovation. Sorry. Sustainable momentum. So trust, loyalty, and advocacy. And that could be, think about this, that could be from your shareholders, from your employees, or from your customers. Any of those things could be an innovation. Like, when you return an innovation that delivers more to the bottom line, that's an innovation that your shareholders love. When you deliver an innovation that improves your employees' experience and they become happier at work, that's an innovation that matters. It might be a small one, but it matters. Process innovation, maybe it even allows you to get things done faster, right? Get more done for the same money. And when you deliver an innovation for your customers, that's really powerful, even the small ones. All right, so what happens? So if you don't do anything, business as usual. You guys know who Grace Murray Hopper is? She's another one of my heroes. Grace Murray Hopper. Anyone? Of course not. She's not from America. So Grace Murray Hopper was the first female admiral on the planet. And she was an admiral in the U.S. Navy. And she was brilliant. She's dead. She's been dead a long time. I actually have a picture of her somewhere. See if I can find it. If I can find it, you guys will love it. No, it's too slow. Not going to do it. All right, so Grace Murray Hopper, so she was also one of the early programmers of the COBOL programming language. She's the first human being on the planet to write a programming manual. She's responsible for the word bug. You guys ever heard the word bug?
Yeah.
Like, she's the one that found the moth in the, vacuum tube that started the whole thing with bugs. So, and she's also just a brilliant thinker. She's famous for a couple of quotes. She hung a clock on her wall that ran backwards, just to show people you don't have to do it the same way everybody else does. Like, she was one of those people, just really super creative innovator. And she's famous for this quote: the most dangerous phrase in business is, "This is the way it's always been done around here." So that's Grace Murray Hopper. Like, you're gonna die. It's only a matter of time. I love her. I named a conference room at my office after her. So I read all of her books and stuff. Grace Hopper. Okay, Grace. So what happens when you have an innovation? Well, an innovation results in trust, loyalty, or advocacy increasing, even at the smallest level, micro innovation or macro innovation, and that's good, right? And this is what an innovation looks like, agreed? Like, you get value out of it, and then it becomes an expectation, like the Kano model. It's only a matter of time. If you're a good leader, you produce another idea, or you extract another idea from your ecosystem, and you get to take credit for it, and you get serial innovations. If you're a great leader, you create an environment of, great leaders create an environment of continuous innovation from the entire ecosystem. And you get micro innovations out of that. A bunch of them. And the little ones, like I said, add up. And you get to extract all this economic rent from producing trust. See what I'm saying? So you need leadership if you expect this kind of a future. You need creativity if you expect this kind of a future. If you just want stagnation, then you just need management. Just keep working on the predictability stuff. You need both. Does that make sense?
Maybe there's a ratio.
Yeah, and every industry is different. Every scenario is different. There is a ratio. You mean like management or creativity
90%
to
management, 10% innovation.
predictability?
Because that 10% innovation is actually worth more because people self-motivate.
Yeah.
If they get 10% of their time, they'll actually work 30% of their time. So that means something like 120% for your 100% buck.
It could. Yeah. Did it help you at all?
Yep.
All right. Still not perfect, but it's if you're dealing with sociopaths, it's very hard. If you're dealing with strictly sociopathic leaders, which they exist, it's hard. But how are we doing on time? How much time do I have? That's the question. About a half an hour more? All right. This is a fun group. You guys have any more questions? I could go in a lot of different directions. If you don't have a question, I think I know where I want to take it.
I have one more.
Sure.
Sorry. So this is a classic question.
Mhm.
You said about ideas.
Mhm.
So I think Christopher Hitchens said that everybody has a book in their mind.
Chris Hitchens?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, quite controversial guy.
Yeah, yeah.
And he's contrarian. He sort of said, well, implied that in most cases that's where it should stay. Like, the book in your head.
Sure.
So how would you, you want all ideas, but how can you take the best of the innovations? Like how do you filter out for ideas? Because if somebody comes up with an idea,
Awesome.
first they spend time on it, they're enthusiastic, and they will be an advocate for it. So you don't want to kick that value out, but some ideas are not implementable. How do you do that?
Most ideas suck. I believe that. I said that earlier, and I believe it. Like most of the ideas as a product leader you're going to get suck. And that's part of your job. It's like one of the most important parts of your job is to figure out what do we do, what do we don't do, what do we experiment with, what's going to give us a result, what's not.
Yeah.
And here's a filter you can apply. It's not a perfect filter, but it's a filter. And the filter is, all right, if you're going to make an investment, we often make investments that impact these things.
Yes.
But what about thinking about our investments as multidimensional? Look at our investments as how will they have an impact on trust, loyalty, or advocacy? Because that's going to have a longer term impact. Like we're not just making investment decisions that will result in more sales or more marketing or getting things out the door faster. We're also thinking about these dimensions.
Okay.
Follow me?
Yeah.
And that can give you a better filter and a better tool for making better longer term decisions for your product. Right? And the flip side of that, like, hey, what features do we have here that we should be thinking about eliminating? Because they're not doing this. And sometimes that's a better decision, even than figuring out what to build, what shouldn't we build, or what should we take out of the product. As we learn more about who it is we can turn into advocates. 'Cause that's the goal.
You're saying let ideas in that if they are
If they have an impact.
have an impact on the infinite game.
Exactly.
Let them in even though you won't make big buck out of them.
Well, or you'll make it, but it'll take a longer time. That's the problem.
Yeah, because managers would disagree even if you can show an infinite game on an infinite game, they would still want a buck at the end.
Some would, yeah. And then, as you get better at this, you get better at figuring out what this means in terms of that.
Yes.
Like if you're doing this over a long period of time, you can see what these things actually mean. Like I get more engagement, this results in, I get more advocacy, it results in more profit. You follow me? Great question.
Yeah, great answer.
All right. Okay, so next, I'm gonna dig into this quadrant. So I gave you guys the high level framework, but we've got some cool tools inside each one of these words, like trust, loyalty, advocacy, motivation, culture, execution capabilities. I'm gonna dig into vision. I think this is the most salient one for product leaders. Sound good? All right, so let's talk about vision. I'll give you some tools. What is a powerful vision? I explained it earlier. What's a powerful vision? One that articulates who we serve and what problems we solve. And when we do that well, we're also eliminating people. We're going to eliminate people we're going to decide not to serve, and we're going to eliminate problems we're going to decide not to solve. Okay? So we could draw a little chart here. Draw a little chart about vision. Who we serve and what problems we solve. All right, let's graph it out. Who we serve, what problems we solve. And we'll do some math proofs here. All right, so all your products have a group of people that it serves, right? So let's count them up. Persona 1, Persona 2, Persona 3. There's a bunch. There's an infinite number of possible people that we could serve. Does that make sense? All right, so for our core customers, we solve a set of problems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's an infinite number of problems we could try to solve. The best companies, the best products, the best organizations hyper-focus on the subset. They draw a very thick wall. And they say, here it is, here's who we're going to serve and what problems we're going to solve. Let's go back to the beginning days of a little tiny company you guys have all heard of called Amazon. How did they start?
Books.
They sold. What kind of books? They started with books that you couldn't find at the bookstore. Like, hey, this is what we're going to use the internet for. That makes sense. And then once they got people hooked, they're like, oh, we'll sell all the books. So we'll sell all the books to these people who care about books. And then we're going to sell other things to people who care about. And you know what? Let's open it up to people who care about maybe more than just books. Right? And this is how they grew. Like, but they never took their mind or their strategy off of what Bezos calls customer obsession. It's one of his principles, one of his top principles in his dominance hierarchy of principles. Customer obsession. Like, let's be clear about who we serve and what problems we solve. You guys know of a little company called Apple? We talked about them earlier. So Apple was in deep trouble after Jobs left, right? They got into a mess. Why did they get in a mess? What's the first major decision? I've read all the biographies and books by and about Jobs, right? What's the first major decision Jobs made when he came back to Apple? Anybody know?
Get rid of some products.
Some? Almost all. He took they had like hundreds of products in the market that they were trying to support, and he said, he drew a 4-quadrant model. He looked at everything, and he drew a 4-quadrant model, and he said, these are our 4 products, period. We're going to eliminate everything else. He took it down to hyper-focus on 4 customer segments with 4 core sets of problems that they're going to solve. And what happened to the company? We all know the story, right? And then when he expanded, incredibly purposefully, always putting the customer first, like hyper-obsession around customer advocacy. You see how this works? Starbucks, same thing. If you look at any really successful company that has good, customer goodwill, that has advocates, you see the same pattern. Every product I've ever worked on, this is one of the first things we do, is we stack rank the personas. We actually create a written stack rank. This is our number 1, this is our number 2, this is our number 3, so that our people can make decisions in the wild when we're not in the room. Same with the problems we're going to solve. Let's get clear and stack rank the problems we're going to solve. Simple, really powerful tool. So how do you stack rank them when you got a whole bunch of competing leaders? I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Here's what happens. You guys are going to laugh because you've all seen this, especially as product leaders. You ready? Ready for a little chuckle? You're going to have a salesperson come screaming into your office and say, hey, I just talked to these customers. If we solve these other problems, we can make a bunch of We should do that. Sound familiar? Then you're going to have the CEO come running in, the hippo, the highest paid person in the organization is going to come running in and say, hey, we solved these problems. We're going to go tackle these markets. Get ready to tweak your product because we can make some money. Look familiar?
Very.
Is that not your life like every single day as a product leader?
That's every CEO on the planet, more or less.
Pretty much every CEO on the planet. Yeah. Here's what your job is. This is really hard. Your job is to hyper-focus all of these cats. Hyper-focus. Because this is what leads to successful products. I'm sorry, but this is what leads to successful products. Is focusing, focusing, focusing. Anytime you make either one of these decisions to move out from your core chart here, it causes diffusion to occur in your ability, because you have limited resources. I don't care who you are, you have limited resources. You can only do so much. It causes diffusion in your ability to serve these core people that we're going to call customers that we know how to serve really well. What are we going to call them? Advocates. Our advocates. And when companies figure out what it is, what's the unique combination of knowing who we serve really, really well and solving these problems really, really well, you find success like way, way faster. Yeah, please.
There are cases when companies expand to more markets, and
Of course.
it seems like natural and good thing to do.
Amazon's a great example of that.
What is the difference
So is Apple.
between when you have to focus and when it's okay to start expanding to either other personas or other problems?
Best question of the day. Gold star. Second one of the day. All right. Here's the deal. Apple's a perfect example of that. Right? They have these amazing customers that they knew needed iPhones. And they went into a completely different problem set, right? So here's the key. Here's the answer. Don't do it unless you can expand, and it's going to be some combination of things, right? But don't do it unless you know you can do it by expanding advocates and not just chasing the money. That's the key. Make sense?
Yes.
And all those companies did that. Amazon's another great example. Hey, we're going to do AWS now, and we're going to solve problems for this customer segment up here. We're going to now stack rank them and make them important. And here's another thing. This is a chart and a graph that you can use when you have to pivot, because COVID happens, and this customer segment all of a sudden doesn't want your product anymore, can't even use it. What are you going to do? This is how you pivot. You figure out, either you take your problem set that you solve for and you take it to another market, or you really invest in these people, right? You invest in these customers to help them survive so that you get even closer and tighter. Like this is a pivot decision. All right, so how do you do it? So how do you look at, what's one way? Here's a simple little tool that I've used for years. Once you've got your personas, let's use Uber as an example, right? Uber serves a bunch of different markets. Who do they serve? Draw a chart. Who does Uber serve? Riders, drivers, and there's certain admin that have to work behind the scenes that they serve, right? And even inside of riders, you can split that up into different categories of riders. But here's the deal. You only have $100 to spend. This is the exercise that I do with my teams. How are you going to split it up? And no two can be equal. And it could be like 39 and 41, and then the rest goes to the, you know what I mean? The rest goes to the admin or whatever, so they can run the business. It has to add up to 100, but you give them $100 and you tell them to split it up, or you vote on it and figure it out. But you have to have a dominance hierarchy. And it could be the other way around, it doesn't matter, but you have to have one, because that allows people to make decisions when you have a limited set of resources. Does this make sense?
This is the structure that you give to allow us.
You give them the structure so that they have the thinking, and it eliminates confusion that occurs when you don't have clarity of vision for your product. And another little trick here is if you've only got, let's say, 100 sprints in a year, you can do the same thing. And I found it super valuable to try to hyper-focus a team and at least a sprint on one persona at a time. So you can split up your sprints. So that way they're all focused on that mindset and they're having more empathy for the customer when they're building that thing. So you split up your sprints in a very simple way. Isn't that cool?
As in features, bug fixes, refactoring?
Same thing.
Something like
Yeah, exactly. You could always have a refactor. Like if you're doing sprints, you should always have a refactor bucket as well. And then, but you have to distribute and the refactor is really the architect. It's the long-term, whoever holds the long-term stake for the success of the product. You know what I mean, right? So you have to create a forcing function for that. Great question.
Well, yeah, but you can always advise engineers to budget in a low-ticket sum refactoring.
Yeah.
I found that to go easier for management.
Yeah. All right, I got time for one more framework. Yeah, one more framework. You guys ready? All right, strategy and tactics. Separate your strategy and tactics. Here's a math proof. You guys like math? You guys like math? Sun Tzu, Art of War, what did he say? Strategy without tactics is the slowest path to victory. Your competitors are going to get there first. But tactics without strategy is the clanking of swords you hear right before defeat. It's right before the enemy climbs over the wall, stabs you in the heart. Tactics. You need both to get momentum. What is momentum? Ability to produce trust, loyalty, and advocacy, and a profit. Sustainable momentum. All right. What is strategy? It has two component parts. The first component part is knowing who we serve, what problems we solve, how we're going to measure our success. Vision. And by the way, I use multiplication here, right? Because what happens if either one of these is 0? According to Sun Tzu, no momentum. All right. Vision. What's the next part of strategy? Motivation. Having a team that's motivated. This is something Sun Tzu says in the book too. Like, I don't care how good you think your vision is. If your team's not motivated, how far are you going? How are you going to get there? Right? You're not. The minute you turn around, when you don't have a motivated team, you get burnout, you get apathy, you get resistance. When you're not looking, they're not working. That's the way it works. You need motivation to maximize momentum. Okay, multiplication. If either one of those is 0, 0 strategy, 0 momentum. Okay. What are the two components of tactics? Execution, seeing the yellow brick road, doing things in the right order, having a prioritization scheme, right? And having a team that's capable, so capabilities. And when you maximize, and if you have no capabilities or no execution, you get 0 tactics, you get 0 momentum. Y'all see that? So vision times motivation times execution times capabilities, it's distributive. You can put it in any order you want. That's what gives you maximum momentum. Here's the problem. None of those things is maximizable. None of them is maximizable. You can't possibly know your customers well enough or the problems well enough that you're solving. You can't possibly be maximally motivated. It just doesn't work. You might be sometimes when you're in flow, according to Haley Csikszentmihalyi and his work, but it's highly unlikely that all of your team is maximally motivated. Clarity of the roadmap, like execution, the yellow brick road, it's never perfect. We know that. Your skills, your tools, the talent that you have, not maximizable. So the reality is, to maximize momentum, it's like a game of whack-a-mole. And you're constantly whacking them all, trying to figure out what to do next. So this is a diagnostic framework that might help you make decisions in the wild or deal with issues when they arise. If the vision's weak, even if the team is hyper-motivated, they can see the yellow brick road, and they're highly capable. If the vision's weak, it results in confusion. Here's a great example of that. We don't know who we're serving, we don't know what problems we're solving in a clear way. So the hippo comes in and tells us we got to build this feature. You guys know what I mean when I say the hippo? Highest paid person in the org comes in and tells you, it's because you're serving the wrong master. You're not serving the users, which is really those are the only folks at the end of the day that determine whether or not your product's successful. It's your users. So you got a messed up dominance hierarchy of who you're serving. Make sense? All right, so we know who we're serving. We know what problems we're solving. We know how we're going to measure success, trust, loyalty, advocacy, and a profit, but the team's not motivated by that today or this week or this month. It results in what? Even if they can see the yellow brick road and they're highly capable. So the roadmap's clear, they're highly capable, vision's clear, but they're not motivated.
Delay.
Apathy. Apathy, resistance, and over a longer period of time, burnout. That's the experience that you get when people aren't motivated. All right, one team, one dream. One team, one dream. We can see, we know who we're serving, we know what problems we're solving, we know how we're going to measure success. The team is aligned, confident, and committed to achieving that vision. One team, one dream. I'm going to write that down. One team, one dream. But the roadmap is not quite right. It's messed up. We're not prioritizing things well. We're not doing things in the right order. Like, what's that result in? Even if they're highly capable. Waste.
You write the wrong features.
Yeah, right, you build the wrong features at the wrong time, exactly. That's waste. All right, lastly, team is highly clear on who they serve, what problems they solve, and how they're going to measure success. They're highly motivated. You know that because they're aligned, confident, and committed. They're aligned, confident, and committed. They can see the yellow brick road. But they're hamstrung in terms of tools, knowledge, talent. You got the wrong butts in the wrong seats. What do you experience? Very good. Man, you should be up here with a marker. Frustration. That's the symptom. So this is my diagnostic tool, and you work backwards off of this to determine how you might tackle your problems today. Diagnostic framework. And that applies to any leadership scenario, by the way. So, any questions? Sir?
It's kind of a multifaceted question. I hope it's not too tough.
I hope it is. Bring it.
Okay, I'll make it as tough as I can.
Please do.
Suppose you're in how do you navigate an environment where you have no strategy, both elements of strategy on this side. You're in a cash cow industry
Mm-hmm.
where it's dominated by management,
Mm-hmm.
fully focused on just the bottom line.
What's the question? What do you do?
How do you navigate that as a product leader in an organization like that?
How do you navigate that as a product leader in an organization like that? Well, the first thing I would do is ask, I would have this conversation right here, and ask, do we even want to be innovative? Right? And if there's no intention to be innovative, do you need leadership? Because if you don't need creativity, you don't need leadership. Is this okay? Are you good with this? Because if you're good with this, then are you even needed? That'd be a starting point for me, because I wouldn't want to work in that environment. And I don't think any leader worth their salt is going to say, yeah, we want that. We just want you to keep doing what you're doing and not invest in the future. I could be wrong, and I don't know your situation. But at a higher level, I do think there's a dominance hierarchy to the four components of momentum here. And by the way, did you guys realize that that's really a 4-quadrant model? Like strategy, tactics, inputs, outputs. These are the levers you have to pull. You know, you don't have a whole lot of control over the ideas. You want to create the environment where you maximize them, but you can't force it. Same with income, same with outcome, results, and same with this. Like, you can't force advocates. You have to earn it. And these are the levers that you pull to make it happen. Culture's how you bring it to life. But these are the levers you pull. So to answer your question a little more specifically, I would start with asking this question. Do we really have the right vision? Do we really have the right vision? That's job number one. Are we clear on who we're serving, what problems we're solving, and how we're going to measure success? Because in that sort of a cash cow industry, the way you're framing it, you're serving the people who have the money bags right now. You're not serving the users. And that's okay, but is that, then you have to ask yourself, if that's going to be the future state, is that where you want to be? Because creativity is not required in that environment, and there's really no job for a product leader. You just need a Scrum Master or someone to just deliver on the feature factory. You know? And I believe it's a dangerous place to be. So that's the first job. Second job is to make sure the team is motivated by that vision. Right? Because if they're not, how far are you going to get? That's the second job. It's job number 2. Third job, so if you can get over that hump and identify the users as the primary recipient of value, you know, where you're going to direct your resources, and that's easier to get your team motivated behind that. So you'll have more motivation naturally when you have a clear vision. So alignment, confidence, commitment. The third job is to make sure that you're looking at the future. This gives you adaptability in the future, right? So adaptability comes from having strong skills, growth orientation, and not just, you know, your product growing, but your people growing and your team growing. Like understanding how the capabilities all fit together. That's your third job as a leader, is to make sure you got the skills for the future. Your fourth job, now think about this. If you have, as a leader, a very clear vision, you know who you're serving, what problems you're solving, how you're going to measure success, and make a profit. Your team's hyper motivated by that. They're aligned, they're confident, they're committed. They're growing and learning in the context of their work. They're getting better and better at what they do. How much micromanagement do you have to do? Right? Right? They can manage themselves. They can choose the features because you'll have a prioritization stack out. You know, like they'll be able to do this themselves. Your fourth job is to monitor for waste. Monitor for waste. And get out of their way. That's the fourth job of a leader. Monitor for waste, but get out of their way. With that, I'm going to drop the mic. Thank you. You guys are amazing. That was a lot of fun. Yeah.
I have a question about motivation. How to actually motivate people? Just imagine we have a van, and we're working for a van, let's say, and our team, okay, they believe that we deliver some value to our customers, they have, you know, good service, and, you know, they can transfer money quickly. But if we're talking about team, how to actually motivate them? Maybe, you know, they not believe that, okay, you know, I'm making this world a better place by just, you know, transferring money from one account to another. And it's hard to motivate them by this vision, how to do this actually. I mean, this goal is not saving, you know, people's lives. It's hard to find it. Actually, I struggled with this problem by myself, and that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, great question. So step one, I'm jaded here, so you're going to hear my opinion based upon all these frameworks, because I've seen it work like 1,000 times. But step one is figure out how to language strategic goals in a way that demonstrates that your users are having a better life as a result of your work. So if you can show how you're able to earn more trust and more loyalty and more advocacy, you missed the beginning of the talk, where we talked about all the behaviors that you get from your advocates. You'll get more positive feedback that will fuel your culture. You'll get more constructive feedback, and if you know how to deal with constructive feedback, well, did you see that? You didn't see that. This diagram. But yeah, the video. So if you can figure out how to language a proper vision, knowing who we're serving, what problems we're solving, and how we're going to measure success, that's the first step. Because that will build what the social scientists call relatedness into the work. Connectedness. Like, I can see who my customer is, I can see how I'm adding value to their lives, and it means something. It's meaningful. So this is the number one way to put meaning into work. The second thing is make sure they're growing and learning, and that their competence, like their unique skills, play a role in achieving that relatedness. Does this make sense? The third one is autonomy. You got to give them a sense of control in their lives. So they feel like they're just coming in and working the feature factory, just pulling the job ticket out of Jira and doing the thing, and don't have a connection to the work, aren't growing and learning, they're gonna burn out. It's only a matter of time before they're gonna burn out. Does this make sense? Was it helpful?
Yeah, it sounds like a plan, you know. I don't know if it works actually, but
I can tell you it works. I've run a software company, I got 280 employees, and I've been running software products for the better part of 30 years, 26 years. And I can tell you, when you have clear goals that align human beings, it's more motivating than if you're just chasing dollars or moving money around. And I build products for companies like Paychex. Have you ever heard of Paychex? It's one of the biggest payroll providers in the U.S. Biggest is ADP. They serve the small business market in the U.S. We're moving dollars around, and we've figured out how to make it exciting work, because we've put metrics in place that cause, yeah. Good stuff. Great questions. Any other questions? All right, you guys are an awesome crowd. Thank you.
need my clicker. So, I'm really glad to see all of you today joining us. My name is Tatiana Prichenko, and I'm a senior consultant at UXSR consulting firm. What we're doing, we help young startups to find their product market fit, and we also have big corporations to this one. Okay. Okay. And we also help big corporations to explore new areas of business and figure out where to move next. And today we're going to talk about how to prioritize product backlog according to user centricity. So why we came up with this topic and why we started working on a specific framework we're going to present today. So over the last few years, I think everybody saw that just doing research and presenting it to stakeholders isn't enough to make like business decisions really backed up with sufficient data. And also startups and large corporations, they started to be more careful because, as other speakers today already told, so investments aren't cheap anymore. So you really need to consider many, many things while starting your venture. And in our company, we decided to figure out how to actually make research even more meaningful and make research answer the question where actually we need to go now, which features we need to start now. Because at the end of our previous research projects, and not only our consulting firm, but our competitors, it's like, okay, we identified these problems that our users may face, yeah, and we have collected this data, and you may use like these product features to cover these issues. But actually prioritizing these product features, how should we do that? Should we rely only on the vision of product team or stakeholders, or only on research? How to make all these elements engage together and make it meaningful, that's what we are going to talk about. So TRAP or TRAP, why this name for our name framework? I think clicker isn't working. Yes, so basically it's an abbreviation of 4 main steps to achieve our final results, a prioritized product backlog. So first, it's research, basically a test that is centered around jobs to be done framework. Are everybody familiar with this framework in this audience? Maybe you can raise your hand so I can, yes, at least one person, okay. So I'll describe it briefly. Then we need to rank these elements, these jobs to be done in terms to identify how they address different segments of our audience. Also, after that, we need to aggregate these selected jobs with our product backlog and understand to which features we need to pay more attention, and then we finally prioritize all these features. So, and to depict this framework, I'm gonna tell you about our case study that our company has recently worked on. So, 2 guys, they're like professional biologists, hardcore biologists. They came up to us with an idea to launch an app for amateurs, for garden lovers that dedicate lots of their time and resources to their hobby, to their garden, and also they would hire professional gardeners to help them maintain their gardens. And they did a little research, and they decided to move to Belgium and the Netherlands as the target market. Why? Because they saw some macroeconomic data, and it turned out that Belgians and Dutch people have the most gardens per capita in the European Union, and also they spend a bit more than the rest of Europe on gardening utensils and stuff. So they decided to see whether this idea of application, this initial USP idea, an app that could help garden owners planning the works of gardeners based on the map of the gardens, would have a fit. So, and our first step of this framework is to test. And this concept is based around the idea of jobs to be done. There are some famous authors like Clement and Ulrich that wrote entire books about this framework. But in a nutshell, the idea is that we don't buy any product just because we want to buy it. We buy this product to hire it for a certain job. So, for example, I buy nut bar, yeah, to eat it because maybe I want to eat it. I feel hunger, but I also want to stay fit because it's more like it's a healthier option than eating a burger, you know, within a certain time frame. This thing, it makes a certain job for me, jobs to be done. And three main elements of this jobs to be done is situation, a certain context, motivation, so my willingness to do something, and the final result and expected outcome. And the things that also play a really important role here are frequency of some actions that happen in our life, importance, and frustration. So, for example, again, if I prepare for exams and I have little time to prepare my food, yeah, I may choose some of these like fitness bars or other like healthier options, but maybe I wouldn't buy them very frequently because I prepare for my exams like once in a semester. Importance, is this job is important for me to do, like as a person, do I consider it as important, yeah, vital for me? So yeah, maybe I wanted to pursue a healthy lifestyle and keep myself fit in general. Maybe I have a chronic disease, so I need to keep an eye on my diet, and also it's various degrees of this importance. And frustration, finally, are there many opportunities available for me in the market, so I can choose between some of them, yeah. And in this stage, so these yellow stickers, those are jobs to be done that correspond to initial client's hypothesis that we had. So as I told you before, the initial USP idea of our clients was to build this app to help gardeners to track the work of hired employees. And for example, these jobs were: when I plan my gardening activities, I want to get professional consultations to do gardening as efficient as possible. Or when I take care of my garden, I want to have an access to the platform where I can comfortably hire professional gardeners or to get some help and assess the quality of their work. Or when I have questions about gardening, I want to have an access to this service so I can get advice from experts how to care about my plants. Or when I have questions about gardening, I want to have an access to the community of the gardeners so I can get information and share my passion with the people of similar interests. So all those hypotheses of jobs to be done that this app can perform, they were provided to us by our clients based on their initial research. But when we got to actual research, talking with our target audience, like people with certain type of gardens, so we really look through their profile, through their photos to assess how well are their gardens equipped, how much time and money they dedicate to it. It turned out that they have a total different approach to their gardens. So it's like their hobby and it's their passion regardless of their age, whether they are seniors or they're young people. It's a place where they can spend leisure time, where they can get physical activities, and it's of great importance for themselves to actually be occupied with this garden, to perform many activities by themselves, and only in few cases they really need professional help, I don't know, to cut trees, for example, trees branches, or I don't know, to make a design plan for the garden if they move in a new house. But it's not like they hire these professionals all the time. But the jobs that they gave us, that we identified in the interviews, were like, when I want to plan where to grow plants in my garden, I want to get guidance so my plants will always have enough light. Or when I plan my gardening activities, I want to get a schedule that would consider all works and my time availability, so I won't need to spend the whole weekend in the garden. So their jobs were like about them being involved in all these activities, keeping control of these activities, and keeping control of the final results that they want to get. Because it's really crucial for them to see that their plants, they are not gonna die, you know. Their plants keep thriving and they can enjoy the garden. So it's whole another mindset. And so we identified all these jobs. And then what we're gonna do is to give marks to them, give grades to them by all these three criteria, like frequency, importance, and emotionality. So in this table, we added both jobs that our clients provided to us. They were also mentioned in the interviews, but like the importance of these jobs connected to the community, for example, or hiring professionals, it was less than the jobs that were about their actual activities in the garden of these people we took interviews with, or like emotionality, for example. So, like, I don't care that much about having a community around me. I can call my friends, I can call my relatives that are more experienced in gardening than me and get their advice, for example, or I can go to my neighbors and ask them about something because we live in the same area and our gardens are pretty the same. But I will be really sad if I would spend the whole weekend in a garden and don't dedicate some time to myself just to have a rest, or I would be really sorry if my plants will die because they didn't get enough light, you know. And the frequency also, so professional consultations, yeah, maybe I get them from time to time. I can Google them. I can also ask some of my acquaintances to provide me some free answer, for example. But it's not like I need professional assistance all the time, or again, frequency, like community or hiring professionals. Like if I hire a professional, I can have his or her number, and then I will call him or her and invite again to do some gardening work in my place. So maybe I don't need to go to these platforms all the time. But for example, if I plant new stuff in my place each spring, for example, so it's much more frequent than hiring a professional. Like I have a gardener, I have a number of my gardener on my phone book, and I can call him anytime. But the situation where I will need to look for another person, well, it's not that probable. And then we move to the next step, rank. So our framework is called TRAP. So we have all these jobs to be done identified, we rank them, and then we need to understand how they correspond to the segment of our audience. So which jobs to be done, they address the most attention of people, and which jobs are already adequately addressed by other competitors, or people just don't need them. So yeah, again, here we have three segments. It's like overserved, served right, and underserved. What does it mean? If people are overserved with some product, that means that there are lots of options on the market, and I can choose whichever option I want, and I don't really care about how they're efficient or not. I'm just have too many options. I don't know which example I can give. Like, for example, food deliveries in a big city like Paris, London, Moscow. You don't really care about which to choose. And these products, they will grab your attention by providing you with some extra discount, like less price or faster delivery. So these options, but the essence of products, well, it's pretty the same. It's food delivery, and there are lots of such services around us. Then it's served right. So there is a necessity for a certain type of product, and there are some solutions that cover this necessity, but well, it just works. Maybe there is a room for improvement. There are always room for improvement, but still, some of my needs, they're pretty covered, and I'm satisfied with that. And there is a underserved segment, so there are no satisfactory solutions on the market. And I really struggle with that. So I really need to cover these jobs to be done, yeah, to find a solution for my problem, but there's just no products. And it's like a blue ocean area, so we can actually come up with some ideas how to get to this area. And how we assign our jobs to be done that we identified before to rank them in this scheme. So on the left, we have frequency multiplied to emotion. It's like how often and how severe this problem is. Yeah, and then at the bottom, at x-axis, we have importance, how important this job is to us. And so yeah, we have our ranking, and we also multiplied frequency to emotionality of our jobs. And finally, with our examples, we distributed them like that on our scheme. And at the bottom, you can see that all these hypotheses that our clients provided us with, they were like pretty covered by existing solutions, except for maybe comfortably hiring professional gardeners and actually keeping track of what they are doing, like details, so how many time they spent on each individual task and how it corresponds to the like final price, what I'm going to pay. But the jobs that actually our respondents identified, they belong to underserved positioning, and this ranking, it's not only based on the interview results that we conducted, but also we monitored the apps of competitors, which features they provide, and the reviews that people left to these apps. And also we analyzed the websites of gardening professionals in Belgium and in the Netherlands, which services also people like hire, and how are they satisfied with the services. So surprise, surprise, there weren't like a high demand for hiring gardeners all the time. It was like, yeah, you cut the branches of my tree, a nice job, maybe I'll hire you another time, or yeah, thank you for this design plan for my garden. It's also like one-time activity. You don't design your garden like all year long. So, but people constantly facing the situations when their plants die, for example, because they didn't receive enough light, enough water, or what else? Or they cannot distribute their time properly, they cannot build their schedule properly, and there aren't really solutions on the market that would cover these needs. And that leads us to the next step, aggregation, our third letter in our TRAP abbreviation. So here we actually come into this step of matching our product feature backlog, building our product feature backlog according to the jobs to be done that we identified previously. And how it looks like. So here you see this little table, and we're going to talk about it later as well. So for example, here we see like job to be done, then area, critical hygiene hero, what does it mean? Also, we're going to cover it a bit later. Features that we assign to these areas, and ranking them through efforts. So let's talk about it. Okay, 3 groups of features, critical, hygiene, and hero. So in our agency, we developed a system, and it means like critical features are the features without which the product wouldn't work at all. So let me give you an example, like any industry, maybe again, food delivery. Some features that are crucial for these apps to work. Maybe a listing of products, yes, available on the shop to order, or a list of meals. Then entering your address, viewing the map, maybe viewing where is your delivery person is, something like that. Then hygiene features that are industry standards that each of your competitors would probably have. So again, maybe with food delivery, what we can think about. Maybe a certain range of products, that we not only cover meals, but also you can order some, writing utensils, maybe some medicaments, like a large spectrum of things. Or your products will be delivered fast, like in 15 minutes. So it's like industry standard. And if people will get their products much longer, then they will be probably irritated. So it's like an industry standard. And then we have hero features, features that make our audience to say, wow, wow, I haven't seen this before. It's really interesting. I need to try this out. So for example, again, like food delivery industry, we have all sorts of delivery stuff, but one service, for example, they launched like restaurant menu delivery, you know, meals prepared exactly by chefs, like really unique recipes, maybe Michelin stars involved. And then other services, they can also look at it and see, okay, maybe we can also copy this feature. So gradually this hero feature will become hygiene feature that everybody will have, and you will need to come up with a new hero feature at the end. So for example, in our situation, all identified jobs to be done provided by our clients, they fell into overserved category. And what does it mean? Then for these overserved people, that when they have enough solutions and market is really saturated with different options, we need to surprise them. We need to come up with hero features, because they will probably have all like hygiene and critical things already in place, and we need to really surprise people. And for early age startups, we would offer you to go to underserved category, identify things that people really need in this category. What's that? So find a proper niche, like a proper blue ocean, to swim in it, and don't face this such like severe competitions with brands, like with an established brand recognition and stuff like that. And how it should look like. So again, back to the case of our garden app. We take jobs to be done. For example, in this case, it's when I plan my gardening activities, I want to get a schedule that would consider all works and my time availability, so I will need to spend the whole weekend in the garden. And then we think, okay, which features they would be crucial for this app to just function more or less properly. So for example, we would probably need to develop a plants database. Maybe we will need to configure garden plan, so we will see like which gardening parts we already covered like the previous week and which still stay like for us for the next weekend. And maybe it would be nice to integrate the calendars, so like our maybe iPhone calendar or Google Calendar, whatever system you choose, so this app can book the time slots in your calendar. Then we moved to hygiene features. We analyzed our competitors, the industry standards, and for example, they have reminders for watering, fertilizers, etc. for our plants. Yeah, and adding notes to each of your plants. So for example, yeah, this week I watered my tulip, and the next week probably I'm not going to do it. And also I saw, I don't know, some bugs around my tulip, so I need to consult my professional. Or we can also monitor the weather or look up which plants we found in the database and maybe add it to our shopping list, whatever. Those are the features that pretty much of apps dedicated to gardening they already have. And hero feature, for example, in this case, it would be a personal plan of gardening activities. So you can put the amount of hours you want to spend in your garden. This app, it already knows which plants you have in your base, yeah, and what are their needs and where are planted in your garden plan. So do they get enough light? Do they get enough water? Like calculate all the stuff, and then provide you with some plan, so you don't need to calculate all the stuff yourself, and you don't need to consult the professionals all the time. Like app does this work for you, and you're pretty glad that you're not gonna spend whole weekend in a garden, and you can just dedicate some time to it and then relax and enjoy the final results, like beautiful flowers flourishing in your garden. And then, for example, we thought about all these possible features, like critical, hygiene, hero features. And finally, we need to decide which features we actually need to put into work first. Again, we have this beautiful table. And what does it mean? Like, first, we need to assess each feature on the list, like just put the features, what are they, like critical, hygiene, hero, which features belong to each area. And then we need to categorize the features based on the effort required for putting them into prod, like high effort, mid, low. Here you can consult with your product team, with your developers, with your stakeholders. It's like a really product team decision. And then finally we can finalize and give priority to these features. What's important to consider here? So our view is that we would probably pick like features that will require minimal effort, but that in some will give us a pretty consistent MVP that we can launch and we can give to our audience to assess it like as soon as possible. Yeah, so the key thing here is time. It's what matters always. Here also we need to strike a balance between all the areas. Critical, hygiene, hero. So provide our app with actually working solutions so we can have a basic functionality and also some things that are pretty common for the industry. But the wow factor that would constitute our MVP, our unique selling proposition, it should be also in place. And again, the final goal here is to deliver the product as soon as possible. So for example, we had our job and we had all these features listed and we voted for them in our product team, gave them priority, and for example, we picked up like this critical feature with a low effort, hygiene, and hero. Like it's just an example. And going back to our case, so yeah, we have this whole journey here. So initial unique selling proposition idea was that people would probably want to monitor the work of hired gardeners, because also our client had an assumption that Belgian and Dutch people, they have lots of money to hire gardeners like pretty often during the week, but it wasn't like that in reality. And also when we checked this assumption in our interview, it turned out that people were caring much more about the results of their individual work. So yeah, it's me. I made this whole garden to flourish with my own hands, and I'm so happy to see the results, and I'm so proud of myself. That's the key. So we decided to identify key critical hygiene and hero features, and then prioritize them with jobs to be done and features which we need to address first. So the next part of our workshop, we would like to offer you to try this framework in action. And we have a link to this article that describes all the stuff that I mentioned before. And also, we will share the link to this Miro board if you have your laptop with you. So you can, for example, brainstorm individually or in teams about the idea of your current product, or, I don't know, come up with any product that you might have in your mind, and also brainstorm a bit about it. We also can provide you with some paper and pen, so you can have a hands-on experience. And also, if you have any questions about our other cases with this approach, or like general questions about this approach, you can also ask them to me now. Thank you. Yes? I'll give you a microphone.
So if anybody here doesn't have the laptop with them, so please raise, because we'll ask our assistant to distribute the paper, so you can do something with us during this workshop. So if you need the paper, please raise your hand.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, I have a question, maybe a tough one. Sorry for that. A month ago, I think I did the same job, but of course without all these frameworks. Actually, that's good. But I think I've done pretty the same. And the product was like, it wasn't a new idea. Actually, it's a mixture between Zoom and Miro, a new app. And actually, Zoom is really widespread product, and there are a lot of competitors like Microsoft Teams and etc., Skype and so on. And also Miro has its own competitors, and that's like a mixture. And actually, that's a startup, and they were trying to find their audience and to find this, new unique audience in which they, can find consumers. And actually, my question is, in such researchers, while you're doing such job for new startups, if it's not a new idea, they are not, bring some new innovation and they, going to build a new market here, they are finding already something existing and they are trying to do something a bit else or maybe, better. And how to define that, that the market is really already booked for, the main players in it. And actually there is no hope then you really find any customers, because I saw some researchers on that point, that it's really hard for people to change their what they really used to. I mean, the other product must be 10 times better in each thing than Zoom, in order, to you have some interest in it. And I don't know about gardening apps, but maybe you have some other cases. And actually my question, how you define it that there is no hope, in it? Because there are so many ideas, and I think researchers must, understand from the market if there are, any customers out there. And this is the key thing. And how to understand if it's, real to, how to say, to participate in such, speed game in which you are already, one of the losers, or it's there are some hope there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. So usually we offer our clients to conduct market research first. So if they identified a certain geographical area where they want to pursue their product, and also a certain segment, like which products are already available in this market. Yeah, for example, if we're talking about Zoom or Miro hybrid, yeah, how many traffic from this country goes to their website, what are other competitors that are in this market, like many questions that market research can address on a macro level. And then we go to more detailed user research, so we grasp like initial understanding of this market, whether there are some perspectives or there are no perspectives. For example, yeah, for Zoom or for analogs of Zoom, we also have a case recently that there are some developers of the app for calls, but it's really hard for them to find a niche because lots of people use Zoom, lots of people use Google Hangouts, yeah, lots of people use Microsoft Teams, especially like enterprises. So this market is already pretty booked after 2 years of pandemic. And they already see like from market research that probably all needs are covered. But if there is a slight chance that maybe in this market we can still find some percent of audience that would be available to hire our products, we can go deeper and conduct qualitative research, yeah, so understand why they hire these products, products of our competitors, for example, what are pain points that are still aren't covered by them, how frequent they need to do this job, are they using this Zoom or Miro like each and every day, and they still face some severe issues, or they use it like once in a month and they don't really care which instrument to use. Maybe they're just provided with some link to some call, and yeah, they just don't care. And also what is their emotional response? Yeah, do they like it? Do they hate it? We can find this all the questions to these answers, conducting some interviews, and then we can see how these responses, they match our hypothesis about the market, about the behavior of some people on this market. So yesterday my colleague Christine, she conducted a speech about crypto market, our research for crypto copy trading platform, and how different geographical area they perceived the value of these platforms differently. They saw like the importance of these platforms differently. They emotionally, like how differently they responded emotionally to all these services. And then we can come up with like final solution, do we need to conduct more research? Maybe we found something, yeah, some hint that we can follow, and we can offer really like a disrupting product that this market hasn't seen and really needs. Or maybe we need to, yeah, think about another idea. And for new startups, we would recommend this blue ocean strategy, really to go to really underserved segment. People that don't have any solutions on the market that would cover their needs at some point. And also, it can be not only about for which people to serve and on which market, but also how, because the idea of social entrepreneurship or sustainable entrepreneurship, they're really discussed right now really widely, especially like in academic sphere. And many countries, many geographical areas, they encourage entrepreneurs to go this way. So it's also a point that one can consider here. Maybe, I hope I answered your question. Okay, does anybody else have any question, or we can proceed to this practical part? Yes?
No.
Yeah, good.
If you're going to work with us on the Miro, we ask you, we could collect a bit of statistics to put information about the industry of your company that you work for. So we could maybe discuss and analyze that after the main part when you fill up the information for your company. As Tatiana mentioned, it can be a real company that you do work now, or you can pick any that you're interested in, or maybe you have an idea for any company you would like to do. So you can choose that, but either way, please mention the industry just above your own version of the Miro, so we can see that and discuss later. Thank you.
So you can follow these links to links, uxsr.com/camp is a link to this board. And below you can find like individual working areas, and you can choose whichever you want for your individual work or to work with your partners. And also there is a link to the article where we described the essence of our framework really in details. So also you can consult my slides or this article, or you can ask me right now. You have this brilliant opportunity for my assistance. So first we have this test area, and I prepared for you like this empty stickers where you can put your hypothesis about jobs to be done, about your product. And also there is a little scheme how to formulate these jobs to be done. Maybe you already know some of them. Maybe you can come up with some of them. And then we're going to assess them through 3 parameters: importance, frequency, and emotionality. You also have a little hint here, this little Likert scale with grades from 1 to 5. Let's have 10 minutes, maybe, so you can all discuss and try, figure out what are your jobs to be done and how to rank them. You can ask me for help. Yes. Well, we just have 4 like general steps, and we need to name them somehow. So the second, first quadrant, yes. Those who are without laptops, maybe I can show it to you on a whiteboard how to work with that. So you can just write like jobs to be done, somehow formulate it and give it a number, for example. And then, you draw a little table with 3 dimensions to assess your jobs to be done. And for example, you put, I need to be here, like jobs to be done 1, like importance, frequency, and emotionality. But you can also do it on a Miro board if you have access to it. Let's see.
So you have 5, 6 more minutes. So when you're ready, just raise your hand, okay? So we will know when we can go to the second part. Thank you.
Pretty nice question. How to give this grades to emotionality, importance, and frequency. So we can ask, like during interviews, our users, our respondents, yeah, how often like this or that problem occurs to that, and how is it important. And also we can consider other data from other sources, for example, like websites with reviews. So we see like this problem, like nobody on these websites mentioned that, yeah, I can find a gardening profession, for example, but people complain a lot about, yeah, our plants are dying, something like that. So it's just an example. Maybe in your industry, in your product, you will have another stuff. So here, yeah, the thing is to combine as many data sources as possible, and then, yeah, it's also a subjective grade, but at least if you have some data to, yeah, refer, it would be nice. So maybe we can proceed to the second part. It's rank. And here we need to multiply our frequency to emotional grades and also add our importance grade to the table. And then we can place our jobs to be done, identified ones to this scheme, to this graph, where they fall, to which category. Overserved, right, served right, or underserved. Once more, overserved, like if a job to be done falls into overserved category, so yeah, like the situation happens maybe frequently, not that frequently, but people don't give that much attention to this particular problem, and there are lots of services that cover this problem on the market. Also, this problem can fall into served right category. So yeah, the situation can also happen frequently, maybe, and also people can have strong or less strong negative or positive emotions. And it's already a bit important, like 1 or 2 at a scale of 5. But, well, there are some solutions that kind of satisfy us. Of course, there is always room for improvement, but already something exists. And then we have underserved category. So this problem can be really painful for us. It can also be really frequent and emotionally overwhelming. But there are no solutions on the market at all that would cover our need. It can be like important as 3 out of 5, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5, but no solutions that will cover this job to be done. Those who work with Miro, you can also copy your stickers with your job stories to this table, place them there, or copy the text from the stickers to this table, and yeah, put your grades. Yes.
Can you please explain why the chart looks like that?
Yeah.
Because I do get if I want to make a t-shirt,
Mm-hmm.
where I put it for
Yeah.
my customer, where they want it really frequency, if there is emotion,
Mm-hmm.
and already many companies have it.
Yeah.
Where is this issue?
If already lots of companies have it, it probably belongs to overserved category.
Yeah, but
or served right category, but I think what annoys them. So what is the competitor's landscape? Maybe I would suggest to go with competitors analysis first to identify like what actually sells things, and then yeah, think what can we do about that. So it really depends on the situation and what features others lack. Yeah, I'd say like that. Have I answered? Or you have? Yes. If the feature is already on the market, why it's still underserved? This question. If it's very important and there are some features in the market that should address this feature, why it still can belong to underserved category, right? We can ask our respondents, we can ask our users what are actually the situations why they feel like this feature, this thing is still important for them, but somehow they lack yeah, a good coverage for this feature. So I suggest to go ask them why, like, we can put our jobs to be done to this area, and if we think, yeah, so it seems like this job to be done may be covered by other solutions, but it still goes to this area, is it true? We can ask our users or users of our competitors how they feel like that. You know, we can always double check ourselves and try to use different data to see whether we are right or we are wrong. Yeah, so it's not like the thing that is engraved in stone and it's the only right solution. We also double check ourselves all the time and try to gather data from as much sources as are available. And if we think about some product feature, about some solution that we're gonna suggest our clients to try to implement, we wanna also answer the question why we think so, where's the data? So it always comes to the data. If we have some proof, nice. If there is no proof, maybe we were wrong. Kind of like that, and their emotional response. So, for example, if we are conducting an interview and like we asking respondent, I don't know about which issue, about which product, but for example, let's talk about crypto wallet, yeah. And we're asking about peer-to-peer transaction, and people are like, yeah, actually, no problem. I sent money to my friends, and my friends sent money to me. Yeah, it's not that often, it's not that frequent. Like, it was okay. But then when they start to speak about the time when they were confused with the number of wallet because it's changed at some point, and they start to give us many details and be really emotionally engaged in this narrative, then we think, yeah, something is wrong here. So for some reason, people lose money. They're not satisfied with that. And not many like crypto wallets offer a solution here, you know? So maybe it's a nice thing to address and think about more, and do a market research, do user research, something like that. Yeah, I hope I answered your question. Guys, are we ready to move next? Or we need a few more minutes? How you feel? See one team pretty done, like Yana on a board, pretty done with placing all jobs to be done stickers to our scheme. And I think we can move to the third part, aggregate. So here we pick a job to be done that seems to us like the most interesting to address in our product, or maybe develop our product like initial MVP around this job to be done. And we can put our job to be done to this like one sticker and think about which features can address this job to be done. So again, critical features are those features without which the product won't function in any proper way. They're crucial for basically performing like basic features. Hygiene features are those that are pretty popular within our segment, within our competitors. So it's just an industry standard. So I don't know if, again, we can give some example. Product delivery, food delivery, yeah. Hygiene features would be probably fast delivery within 15 minutes, and you can track your delivery person, where he or she on the map. You can call them, something like that. Maybe it's not that essential to do the main job, like to actually deliver food to you, but it's nice to have, and many competitors already have it. And finally, hero features that will make your users say, wow, I want to try this app, I haven't seen this before. And that also would help them to perform these jobs to be done that they have in their context with the problem and the desired outcome. Again, if you have... Now, you done this graph and you placed some features, some jobs to be done, sorry, on this graph that you identified earlier. And if some jobs to be done fall into this underserved category, so people still struggle and there are no solutions on the market to cover this job, you can pick this job from this area and think with which product features you can address this stuff, you know. For now, as we are limited in our time, you can choose one job to be done, whichever you like. Personally, I would take the one that is the most high in importance and the most high in frequency multiple by emotional response. Yeah, yeah, so each green sticker, it will fall to like this place, for example. And for each of these green sticker, we think about critical features, hygiene features, and hero features. But now we can choose just one, for example, and work on it in the next 5 or 10 minutes. Hero is a feature that none of your competitors may have, and that will make your users say, wow, I want that right now. Maybe it's a really unbelievable, impossible thing. Or maybe it's a low-hanging fruit that everybody, for some reason, ignores. And you in your company, you can actually do it because you see it. Yeah, so it can be different at scale, but it will lead to this wow effect, you know. Okay, I think we can switch finally to the last part. Maybe you already started to do this last part. So again, we described this one, jobs to be done. We identified which features from critical, hygiene, and hero areas we can address this jobs to be done with. And here we can then analyze how many efforts each of these features will require. And yeah, choose them, pick them. Pick maybe the low and mid effort ones to construct our minimal viable product. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I understood your question. So the roadmap was for you to identify which jobs to be done belong to which segment, served right, overserved, or underserved. And now we chose one job to be done from underserved segment, for example. And we thought about features exactly that address this job to be done. And then again, all these features and this job to be done, they stay. So it's one job to be done that we worked with right now, and features that belong to this job to be done. But when we think about other job to be done that also fall into this underserved category, we can also think about them the same way as we did before. What do you mean by that? Can you reformulate? Yes. So previously we generated all these features for each of this job, and basically what we did here, we transferred these features to this table, so it's the same features. Yeah, and here we thought, okay, so this job, critical features, critical area, all these features. Which feature will require which amount of effort? 3, 2, 1, like assessing them. Maybe you have like rice voting in your product team, so you can also prioritize them like that. No, just one job for now. Maybe the most with the most priority. Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay, guys, how you doing? How is your last step? I think we can finish for now. Maybe some of you would like to share your feedback with us. Maybe tell about the idea you worked on, or any of your thoughts on framework itself. It could be nice to hear from you. Okay. How are you? Maybe we can finish now. We're already here for, oh my God, 2 hours. Very interesting, yes? Okay. Okay.
We were actually asked by organizers to wrap it up because
Yes.
they're going to have the closing event in the main hall in 5 minutes. To remind you, the main hall is the place where there's additional stage on the right from the stairs, and they're expecting us to be there in 5 minutes. So if you have any follow-up questions and you would like to discuss this technology more, we're quite open for the questions after this closed event by organizers. And you can also hit us on LinkedIn or Facebook and send us your questions, and we can discuss your ideas and your trap jobs to be done in further details today or starting Monday. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you guys for participation.